linguistic objects, elf machines.
Greetings from Cyberdelic Space. This is Lorenzo, and I'm your host here in the Psychedelic Salon. Well, even though it's been less than a week since the last time we got together here in the salon, I just couldn't stay away. There are at least a dozen pressing matters at hand right now, like all the things I put off doing before my holiday. But to tell the truth, all I actually feel like doing is listening to some trialogues I've not heard before. So I guess this is sort of my way of goofing off by listening to Terence McKenna, Ralph Abraham, and Rupert Sheldrake hold their first public trialogue outside of California. The conversation we're about to hear was actually held sometime in 1993 at Hazlewood in England. And their weekend-long trialogue was captured on 4 cassette tapes that Ralph Abraham loaned to me for the use in these podcasts. And each of these tapes is 90 minutes long, but rather than break them into 2 programs, as I've done in the past, I've decided that since we don't have the commercial constraints of radio, well, why am I conforming to a 1-hour format anyway? You obviously can just pause your player whenever you want. You know, it's not like turning off a radio program and missing something. So from now on, I just plan on keeping these tapes, side A and side B, all in one podcast. And since I did this once before in the past and solicited comments about it, I'm sure that this will be agreeable with most of you, because the email I received was essentially all in support of the longer format. And by the way, I want to express my thanks to all of you who wrote to me about that. I really do appreciate your comments, and I apologize for not getting back to all of you personally. But rest assured, I'm thinking about you, and now that I've got some of your faces in mind after meeting you at Burning Man, well, you're all becoming much more clear in my mind. It's really nice to be here in this cyberdelic space with you, and I hope that you can feel the energy of this mind storm that we're all setting in motion here. I just don't have any better idea than you do right now about what seems to be bubbling up from inside of us, but whatever it is, I'm sure that in the end, everything is going to be all right, as Terence said in a dream to a dear friend of mine one time. Okay, that's enough romanticizing for now. Let's get on with the program and begin with Ralph telling Terence how much he thinks of him, but doing so with a lot of humor and back and forth teasing among the three of them. I really like the way this trialogue begins. You know, it sounds as if they were actually having a good time together, way back in 1993. So let's join them now.
It's chanting together. So our process, this particular peculiar process of trialoguing, began a long time ago. For more than 10 years we are doing this, but primarily in private. And out of this ongoing process for more than a decade, we have become, I think, a kind of a unit or a triad. And that's why we don't want to introduce ourselves individually, but by this other trick. So later on, during the weekend, we'll speak more about the process of trialoguing, and of course you'll see it in action. But to introduce ourselves, this is not a trialogue, but just a trick. But my idea is that we would describe each other as we appear to ourselves in the context of this process, trialoguing. So I'll start by describing Terence to himself from ourself. So Terence seems to be known, better and better known, and whenever we walk anywhere, someone will come up and recognize him as it says in our program, ethnopharmacologist. Well, as a pharmacologist is sort of an herbal doctor or something. But this kind of pharmacology is important to us also in our process. But for me, Terence is a special person because of the breadth of his knowledge and evidence of a phenomenal integrity within it. So, first of all, when we first met, Terence was asking me about mathematics, kind of mathematics that I was interested in at that time that nobody else had even heard about. And as our relationship developed, I saw that he had this philosophy of time, let's say, or maybe even mathematical model for the structure of time. That is an odd thing for a person to be obsessed with. And from this obsession, he had to learn a great deal about history. So in our process of trialoguing, we find it very much enriched by Terence's phenomenal knowledge of history, and not only that, but his special way of saying it is sort of, you're familiar with this here, a bardic skill, so that whatever he says will have more effect than it actually deserves. Because of his phenomenal way of saying it and his apparent conviction in it. And
is he Irish?
Yes, that's hard to deal with in a cooperative process. Furthermore, what seems to inform or maintain the integrity of his total presentation is some kind of spiritual belief. I don't know exactly the right word for this, but I can tell that you know what I mean anyway. And this spiritual belief is outside of any organized system, so we can most easily understand it in the connection with the archaic revival or a pagan spirituality or shamanism. Anyway, this aspect of Terence, every person is a spectrum of all kinds of things, and here are just a few of Terence's things that I think the most obvious in our process of interaction. The primitive spirituality, which always speaks against any church guru or leader. And I'm almost done. I don't know who's squirming there. Finally, besides this information-based personal style and integrity, there is something else which I think is very important to us, and that's the adventurer. That's the willingness to risk going to some kind of edge, and also the propulsion to talk about it upon coming back, fulfilling some kind of responsibility to the community which is beyond, which risks more than simply individual development. Is this too long?
Yes.
That's it then.
Good. Well, so it falls to me to share with you my view of Rupert, who I'm not sure when I first became aware, probably it was the Nature review, which I think Rupert should certainly be very grateful to Nature, because in their perverse way they saved him perhaps from obscurantism by calling for the burning of his book. And my intellectual method has always been to seek out the heretical. And so when I heard that Nature had called for the burning of a book, I burned up my tires on the way to the store to see if I couldn't obtain a copy. And it was very interesting, and I added it to the slow rising intellectual edifice that I had been building for years in the area of theoretical biology. I was very interested in Driesch and Kemmerer and the school of vitalism that refused to genuflect to the idea that life could be reduced simply to physics and chemistry. That seemed to me inadequate. But nevertheless, after reading Sheldrake's book, it just seemed like an intellectual war being well fought in a distant land by someone I was probably not likely to have cross my path. And I discussed it with other people, and I was amazed at the animosity that rained down upon what seemed to me a fundamentally interesting and not easily dismissed concept. I can remember one person telling me, "You have only to heft the book in your hand to tell that it's bogus." Well, I thought they must have an intuition into the nature of scientific theory far beyond my own, because I couldn't make the judgment at that stage. And then Rupert, I believe it was through Ralph, contacted me and came by bus to see me. I live in the wine country north of San Francisco, and I didn't know what I expected. I was mentored by Eric Jansch, who some of you may know, and so my vision of the European academic was of a corpulent, elderly, animated person, and I projected that and expected that. And when Rupert arrived, and Ralph vectored in for that first meeting as well, isn't that interesting? That's right. And there he was. And I thought I immediately fell under the spell of his personality, his spirit. Scientists, I don't know if you spend a lot of time with them, but they tend to be pretentious boors, most of them. And the higher they rise, the more this quality seems exacerbated in their personality. And I've found Rupert to be an incredibly generous, intelligent, forgiving person. I feel very privileged to be in the presence of these people. I'm sure you all know the cliche when Newton was asked how he did it. He said, "I stood on the shoulders of giants." That's how it was done. And to whatever degree the mathematics of Ralph and the theoretical constructs of Rupert have supported my own work, and not only my work, but the building and maintaining of a personal vision, I've felt that I've stood on the shoulders of giants. It's hard to say what the fate of morphogenetic fields will be in the history of ideas, but I am convinced that given even a halfway level playing field, the best ideas always win. And so I'm very keen to stand close to this man, because I'm absolutely convinced that the light of glory will fall upon him. Mechanistic biology has failed, and for 20 years has been involved in the cover-up of the catastrophic failure of its program of reducing life to physics and chemistry. It will not happen soon. It will not happen ever. And when the history of biology is written, I'm convinced that Rupert's work will stand at the turning point, because the key problem in biology is form. And the ideas that have been put forth in the past have been inadequate. And I think the last thing I would like to say is I'm tremendously admiring of Rupert's simplicity. And what I mean by that are two things. Number one, his unwillingness to submit himself to the hegemony of scientific, the mafia of scientific correctness, essentially. He is not an academic. He feeds at the trough of no corporation or university that I'm aware of. He is a true independent thinker. And finally, he brought back and revivified for me something my mother was very keen to inculcate into me as a child, which is the primacy of observation, the importance of going to the field, the importance of facing the phenomenon unaided by apparatus or even mathematics, the importance of the existential confrontation with the thing one wishes to understand. And if you know Rupert, to stroll with him through an art gallery or a forest is to feel the mystery of life and the immediacy of that mystery, and to have a very strong sense of its accessibility. And that's very important. I don't want a Gnostic God that resides outside the Imperium. I want a kind of pantheistic richness that is right there on the surface. So I enjoy playing Byron to Rupert's Shelley and hope to do so this weekend. Happy Valentine's Day.
Now I'm going to introduce Ralph. I met Ralph and Terence, as Terence has described, when I got off the bus at Sonoma. Was it Sonoma?
Santa Rosa.
Oh, Santa Rosa. Having been sent by a friend in San Francisco to meet him. This was in 1982. And Ralph was there too, so I met Terence and Ralph together. And that's when we found we had this way of relating together, which for us has been very helpful. Well, Ralph is a mathematician, a chaos mathematician. But he's much more than that. Most mathematicians are peculiar, and he's no exception. But he's peculiar in a very interesting and accessible way. One of the things that he's done, which some of you may be aware of, is made mathematics accessible to ordinary people like ourselves who haven't studied it. The secret of maths is that for those who are skilled practitioners, it's in fact a kind of inner landscape that they see. They have, some of them at least, have an amazing visual intuition. They're seeing internal pictures. It's a visual and aesthetic experience. Things can go into this landscape, balls roll along, answers come out, and they don't quite know how it happened. Something that's hard to imagine. But this is what it's all about. And then they write the thing down in symbols, in a notation. And when you look at these symbols, which is what we see when we look at maths, it's like music, as if you've never heard a symphony. All you've seen is the score. And if you've only seen the score of the symphony, the notes on paper, it doesn't mean much. It's alienating. It seems somehow dry, abstract. But what Ralph has done, among other things, has made this the visual intuitions that lie behind maths accessible to everybody. And this is partly because computers have made it possible to do this, and he's at the leading edge of computer graphics. He's at the University of California at Santa Cruz, which is right next to Silicon Valley. And partly through simple diagrams, his books on visual dynamics, visual mathematics, have no equations in them whatever, and introduce you through pictures, through diagrams, seen in or imagined in 3 dimensions, to the fundamental principles not only of classical dynamics but of chaotic dynamics. And for me, this was the first time anyone had unveiled the inner mysteries of what's going on in maths and made it something that one could grasp intuitively. It's rather like having spent all one's life just seeing musical scores. You suddenly hear the music. And this is one of Ralph's gifts, to be able to do this. His ability to visualize mathematics, I'm sure, is innate, but I think it was enhanced in the late 60s and early 70s by certain inner experiences, which would fall into the category of what Terence calls hands-on pharmacology. And these he took to Ralph. He doesn't look like it, but he's an extremist. And when he does something, he takes it to extremes. For the last 20 years, he's been taking moderation to extremes. But when he felt that the secret to understanding the deeper parts of the mathematical landscape was substances like DMT, he took that to extremes too. And he's also travelled in India. One of the things the three of us have in common is we've all spent quite a long time in India. So Ralph has been in India. He took that to extremes as well. He's also studied here in England. He was at Warwick for a while, Warwick University. He lives in Santa Cruz in amidst some woods, in a very beautiful place with wonderful woodland and a little valley down beside his house. Deer and wild animals graze around. He observes the stars. He's got the most agreeable system for observing the stars of anyone I know, namely a hot tub located outside his house, and you can sit in wonderful hot water gazing at this clear sky and these brilliant stars. So he knows the stars from many hours spent observing them in the most comfortable of circumstances. He eats in the most Spartan way simple vegan food with chopsticks. This is what I mean by taking moderation to extremes. Is a total abstainer from all known noxious substances, and leads this almost monastic life, which I think is part of the spirit of mathematics. But is also a very sociable creature, and although he's always saying, I never go anywhere and I never meet anyone, it's amazing how often you meet him in all sorts of places. He also has a great gift for dialogue and a great ability to summarize things briefly, and a great ability to empathize with people of all different kinds. He's one of the few people I know who's totally unshockable. Now, Ralph, what happens next?
Oh, yes. I was just thinking that over.
It all seems so simple back in the room.
We're not done. We're only half done. Now I'm going to introduce Rupert. So Rupert is into nature. He's into nature and into the spirit. And in nature, he's into it as a scientist. A lot of people hate science, and I must confess I feel very ambivalent about it myself. But Rupert is a scientist as a scientist should be, as opposed to how most scientists actually are. And in science, he's really a biologist, so that he's fascinated by life. Although he likes the stars, the mysteries of life seem to really absorb him. And as a biologist, he's really a botanist. In fact, he is so into plants that I think when Rupert speaks, you're hearing the leafy green speaking through his mouth. And like Terence, he has a phenomenal ability to stand up after seeing a subject printed on a flashcard and carry on for an hour or two as if he'd written books on this subject all his life. And this gift seems to be pointed at communicating on behalf of the mute biosphere, the plants of the garden and the world. And there is also in Rupert, like Terence, a special kind of spirituality which also probably comes from plants. But in Rupert's case, this spirituality is expressed in a Christian form. So, unlike Terence, who's a pagan, or me, certainly not a Christian, there's in Rupert's integrity a kind of living proof, for us, a constant reminder of the fact that the ordinary and familiar spiritual paths actually work, can work. So with the voice of the leafy green and this integrity of a true spiritual connection from the other realms, has come this heretical posture of the scientist who cannot say other than what is obvious from plants about nature. And to say that, I mean, you would have a choice if you perceive this, either to say it or not. So here's another aspect of Rupert that I think is singular and maybe for him unfortunate, and that is the courage, the adventure, the dedication, the responsibility to report on the weaknesses of science. And, it's very expensive to be a heretic. If you had a choice, you wouldn't be one. And the reason for being one is a kind of unyielding integrity, which it would be easier not to have. So as part of our group, this is a kind of a skeletal structure. I can never waver too far into speculation which is not based on the integrity of our direct observation of a certain something. It has to come back to the reason for risking it all, which is the obligation to tell the truth. Now Rupert will introduce Terence.
No, I will introduce you.
Oh.
Or would you rather do me?
Ralph's worked out a mathematical
Now
system.
Rupert will introduce Terence.
Very good.
Well, I was on my way to meet Terence, who I'd never heard of, in San Francisco. The friend who'd arranged this meeting gave me a tape of his, which I listened to on the bus. I had one of this, I think it's the only time I've ever listened to one of those tape things with earphones on your ears. And I heard this extraordinary lecture about the effects of DMT, a powerful hallucinogen, and an entire family of hallucinogen derivatives. And I was amazed that subject such as this was being discussed in such a fascinating, interesting, and coherent way, since previously I'd associated this subject with total incoherence. When I met him, I found that really he's a kind of naturalist. Fraser. Hello, welcome. We must find you a seat.
Now it's going to be fun.
So this is Fraser Clark. We'll ask you to introduce yourself tomorrow morning, more at length. And that is? What's your name?
I'm Kian, in the school.
So again?
Kian. Work for magazine called Pen.
We're just completing the process of introduction where everyone's introduced themselves and we're introducing each other. So I was just talking about Terence. Terence once told me that as a child he lived in Colorado near a jam factory or a fruit bottling plant, I forget which. And at night he'd go there, and out of the night sky there was all this fruit being made in sheds. And out of the night sky, out of the darkness, would appear moths of every different description, attracted by the bright lights of the bottling plant and the delicious fruit jam or whatever they were making. And how he used to go and watch there as out of the darkness, coloured moths just flew in from the sky. And it seemed to me a wonderful image of what he does. I mean, partly he's known for his visionary qualities, looking for visions which come out of the darkness of the mind, if you like. But also he's quite literally a naturalist. He's spent years travelling through Indonesia with his butterfly net, collecting butterflies of various species. And he's spent a long time exploring the jungles of the Amazon. And so he's a kind of naturalist of the mind and of nature, has an extraordinary knowledge of biological subjects, including surprising ones like octopuses. And at the same time, he's got a curious reductionistic streak in his thinking, which can come out under certain conditions. He turns into another person and can become a savage critic of speculative thought, of anything that doesn't reduce everything to the biochemical or molecular level, of hallucinatory belief systems, of false beliefs of every kind. And I haven't quite worked out what conditions bring about this phase change in Terence's being, but you'll probably see examples of it over the weekend. But so he takes on many different personae, but all of them, as Ralph has already indicated, come out with this gift of the gap, which comes from his Irish ancestry and also from his Welsh ancestry. He's a mixture of Irish and Welsh. Anyway, it's always a great stimulation to talk to Terence, and you never quite know where it's going to take you, except that sooner or later it takes you to the 21st of December 2012, when it's his fixed belief that the world as we know it will come to an end. So part of him is a millenarian prophet, part of him is a Dominican. He professes to be a pagan, but his Catholic upbringing, his Dominican reasoning, and his experience as an altar boy have never left him. And in his vision of the end of the world in 2012, and of the entire historical process throughout the whole of evolutionary history being drawn towards some culminating point, namely 2012, he has a vision of the end which exceeds in zeal and fervour that of a great many professional preachers of this kind of this sort of belief. And although he appears at times to be reasonable, at other times to be open to new ideas and so on, there's one point which is fixed in all this, which is it's all going to come to an end in 2012. Sometimes this apocalyptic view is tempered by a utopian view that it wouldn't all come to an end in 2012, or at least it needn't if people all started taking DMT or other substances. But then it turns out that if you actually try to envisage what would happen when there's a total change of consciousness in human beings in the entire cosmos in 2012, it would be just like everyone taking DMT. So these themes weave together, but they always come to the same conclusion. But it's put forward in such an extraordinarily varied set of ways, in kaleidoscopic forms, that one's always amazed how many different ways there can be of putting over a simple, single idea.
I'll forswear the desire to rebut. Yes, I'll yield to the momentum of the program. I think I first heard of Ralph years before I met him, and it had nothing to do with his professional mathematical accomplishments, which are many, but a person who had made a great contribution to the 60s youth rebellion in the United States, had come upon such bad times that he was essentially living on the street, a brilliant Princeton biochemist. And in inquiring after his fate and knowing that he had become an indigent person, I learned that a mathematician in Santa Cruz had invited him into his home and taken care of him like a child or a son for several years. And that fact and an infamous photograph taken at the height of the 60s youth revolt, which was published far and wide in the United States, inflamed and outraged the population, because this photograph showed a full professor of mathematics leading the charge at the barricades of the revolution, attired in a flag made of the flag of the United States of America. And if you follow American politics, you know we hang for flag desecration. So it was an extraordinary thing, a member of the establishment, to be caught out in this kind of behavior. And then a few years later, in 1972, a person I went to high school with came to me and said, there's someone you absolutely must meet. Well, usually when I hear these words, I make an automatic inner decision to, at all costs, to avoid meeting whatever is being offered, because experience is a hard teacher. But this friend of mine persisted, and eventually Ralph came to see me. I was living in Berkeley at the time, and it's impossible not to fall in love with the man. He's the teddy bear of advanced mathematics. And a person of extraordinary history and accomplishment. He grew up in Vermont, which is one of the poorest and least populated of the American states. It is truly a remote area. And there he gained a love of skiing. I don't really recall the early details of his career, but I remember I was extraordinarily impressed by the news that he had been a fellow of the Princeton Institute of Advanced Studies, where the only other person I was aware of who ever held that title was Albert Einstein. No, Ralph didn't get Einstein's office, but I think he got his bicycle stand as a consolation prize. And Ralph was such a maverick, such a chance taker, that the tremendously comfortable world of East Coast collegiate mathematics held no sway over him when an opportunity arose to go to California, where the University of California was establishing an experimental campus where all kinds of advanced experimental educational ideas would be tried out. Ralph was there either in the first year of its operation or very shortly after. I hope it's all right to tell this, Ralph, because it impressed me. Eventually he had tenure, but he was so loathed by the administration for his political activism that I think for 35 years they gave him no raise. They couldn't fire him, but they could make life hell. And he stuck with it until now. I think even the most hardcore of the administration recognize that in Ralph they have a real gem, one of the major thinkers and contributors to what may seem like an arcane field, research mathematics. But in fact, mathematics rules the world from far, far behind the throne. Ralph estimated to me at one time that there are only about 2,500 people in the world making a living as research mathematicians. And Ralph's work has always been forward-thinking, extraordinarily creative in the abstract realm, but never without a human dimension. And mathematicians are extraordinary aesthetes. This is not a quality in your work that is respected in mathematics. The more abstruse, the more incomprehensible, the more removed from the human world, the more kudos your colleagues will shower upon you. Ralph has made major contributions in the area of model building for natural phenomena. Everything from population theory to models that prove the impossibility of monogamy, to models of the functioning of anorexia nervosa, and so forth. An extraordinary, rich and varied career. Indian musician, student of the magical systems of the Renaissance and of Dr. Dee, founding member of the John Dee Society, founder of the Institute for Global Analysis, IGA, yes, and founder of the Institute for Visual Mathematics, the author of several books on dynamics that have brought dynamics from the closet of obscurity into a field that many, many people are conversant with, largely through Ralph's books and the illustrations of them by Chris Shaw. He is not simply a worker on the fringes of advanced mathematics. He is author of Foundations of Mechanics, and I dare say anybody who's written a book titled The Foundations of anything gets a lot of respect from me. Ralph has been an extraordinary friend over the years. We see each other as often as our busy lives permit, and I go to him not for insight into advanced mathematics, which, other than my own narrow interest in the field, remains arcane, but for his insight into the human condition. He is better than 5 psychotherapists rolled into one. He always has very insightful advice, and he is, above all, an extraordinary human being. So there you have it. 3 white guys on a roll.
Fading into the dusk. Do you want me to do something about the lights which will be put online?
Yes.
I think maybe we better have the lights.
I wanted to ask for a consensus on this question, but it's impossible in the dark.
It's just 10.
Someone's going to sleep.
It's just 10.
Whoa.
No, that's fine.
That's good. Yes.
No, the other one's better.
All right.
There are people in the room.
Yes,
All right.
It was beginning to sound like an induction.
We've never done that before, and we'll never do it again.
Hear, hear.
But I'm glad we did it once. It's very interesting, to us at least. You might be curious to know what we're going to do next, etc., etc. And we have a schedule planned for tomorrow. I think it's best if I share it with you. We want to meet 3 times tomorrow for sessions. We've had, as we said, private trialogues over a decade. We've had public trialogues twice before. This will be the 3rd. And so basically we are following the plan of the other 2 because they were more or less successful. But on the other hand, they were in California, so this might be a totally inappropriate plan. However, we can start with this. Okay, people who just arrived.
Yes, science. And the focus of this book is on areas of research which have been either completely or largely neglected because they simply don't fit in to the present view of the world. And because they've been so neglected by orthodox institutional science, there are quite simple experiments to open up these fields that could be done, in many cases for budgets of less than £10. And as soon as one realizes that important research can be cheap, then the terrible Stalinist restrictions that institutional science has. You can't do it unless you've got approval, peer reviews, grants, committees, and so on. Terrible stranglehold of orthodoxy. But if you can do things cheaply, you're completely free, because the only control they have is through money, giving out funds. And if you don't need the funds, you can do what you like. And science in the past grew out of a fertile field of amateur research. Even as eminent a scientist as Charles Darwin never had a government grant or an academic post. He lived as a private man, a gentleman, in his own house, and did most of his research in the garden with his son Francis. Well, he also kept pigeons. Now, homing pigeons are kept by 200,000 people in Britain. It's largely a working class sport. It doesn't cost much, but it does cost more than £10. This experiment would cost about £350, the one I'm going to talk about. But this is one of the experiments in the book. It's the one with which the book opens, or almost opens. And the reason I wanted to talk about it today is because I haven't yet discussed this with Ralph and Terence. And the present state of play, which I'm going to summarize now, it shows science. There have been investigations of homing pigeons. It's one of the few areas where research has been done, and it's led to the conclusion that we really do not know. We haven't a clue how they do it. And in this state of the utterly unknown, I don't know how they do it either. So I was hoping that by talking about it with Ralph and Terence, it might become clearer, or possibly even more obscure. At any rate, it's something that I really want to discuss with them, and this is the opportunity to do it, and I hope you will all find this of interest too, because the situation we're in is one of an acknowledged fact. Pigeons can home from huge distances. You can take a pigeon, a homing pigeon, 700 miles from its loft and release it, and it'll be home that evening, if it's a fast-flying bird. Pigeon racing enthusiasts do this regularly. Every Saturday, today for example, in the spring and the summer, people are racing pigeons. Sometimes pigeon racing clubs have them released in northern Spain. Sometimes they take them to the north of Scotland. Sometimes they're released in other parts of the continent. And they're taken away, they're taken in baskets on trains or on lorries. They're released, the baskets are opened, the pigeons circle around and they fly straight home. And then the people whose pigeons come back fastest, they have a little time clock, and there's a thing on the leg of the pigeon they stamp. And then they calculate the exact distance to that owner's loft and work out the speed. The ones that come first win the prize. It's a very competitive sport. They win cups, there are cash prizes. Good racing birds can sell for as much as £5,000 for breeding. Ordinary ones cost about £5. Anyway, here's a phenomenon. Everyone agrees they can do it. And moreover, it's part of a much wider phenomenon. Dogs and cats can home if you live a long way away from home. Even cows can home. Thousands of other species of birds and animals can home. It's very widespread. It's just that pigeons are the best known example. Now, how do they do it? Well, Charles Darwin was one of the first to put forward a theory. He said, well, maybe they do it by remembering all the twists and turns of the outward journey. This theory was tested, and to test it, people anaesthetized pigeons, put them in rotating drums, and drove them in vans, sealed, closed vans, by very devious routes to the point of release. And when the pigeons came round from the anaesthetic and overcame the ill effects of this treatment on the way out, when they were released, they circled around and flew straight home. So nobody any longer believes that's possible. They can't remember the twists and turns of the outward journey. This experiment's been done many times, sometimes with slow rotating drums, sometimes with drums rotating so fast that the poor birds are sort of centrifuged against the edges of the drum. And despite these appalling maltreatments, the pigeons go straight home. So that's theory number one. That's not how they do it. Second theory, that they do it by smell. that they sniff the air and sniff their home. This, of course, smell is usually what people propose when animals show uncanny powers that can't be explained. They usually say, well, it must be an extraordinarily good sense of smell. Well, this has been tested too. First of all, it's not very plausible. If you release a bird in Spain and it flies to England, and the home is downwind from the point where you release it rather than upwind, in other words, it's flying with the wind, there's no way smells could blow from its loft in England to Spain against the wind. So this theory is inherently implausible. Nevertheless, because everything else has failed, it's believed in passionately by some researchers in the field, particularly the Italians. Anyway, this has been tested too. People have blocked up their nostrils with sealing wax. They still get home. They've severed their olfactory nerves, poor birds. They still get home. They've anaesthetized their nasal mucosa with xylocaine or other local anesthetics, and they still set off straight away in the homeward direction and get home. So it's not smell. Next theory, they do it by the sun, somehow calculating the latitude and longitude from the sun's position. Well, pigeons can home on cloudy days, and they can also be trained to home at night, so they don't need to see the sun or even the stars. But if they can see the sun, then they use the sun as a kind of rough compass, more or less as we would if you want to keep your bearings, keep the sun on your right, that kind of thing. And if you shift their time sense by raising them so they're shifted by 6 hours, they think it's 6 hours early, you switch on lights early in the morning, you cover their cage or loft later, 6 hours earlier than sunset, you can make them think the time's been shifted by 6 hours. When you release them on a sunny day, they set off 90 degrees in the wrong direction. So they use the sun as a compass, but after a mile or two they realize they're going the wrong way. They change course and go home. Landmarks are inherently unfeasible because if you release the birds hundreds of miles from anywhere they've been before, landmarks couldn't possibly explain it. Although they undoubtedly use landmarks on their way when they're close to their home, just the final bit. Anyway, this theory also has been tested to destruction, and this was tested by equipping the pigeons with frosted glass contact lenses, which meant they couldn't see anything at all, or only the vaguest blur of shapes when they were very close. And pigeons with frosted glass contact lenses can't fly very normally. They take off and the whole bird points upwards. They're not under ideal conditions for flying. But nevertheless, such birds can be released up to 100 miles away or more. And some of them get picked off by sparrowhawks who immediately see that they're flying in a peculiar way. But others can get within 200 or 300 yards of the loft. They crash into trees or telegraph posts, or flop down on the ground within 100 yards of the loft in some cases. They need to see for the last 100 yards. But it's incredible that they can actually get so close. Sometimes they overfly the loft and then within a mile or two realize they've gone too far and turn round and come back. So it's not landmarks. And that leaves only magnetism. And this again is something, until the 70s, most scientists were very reluctant to consider, because previously magnetism as an animal sense has been associated with animal magnetism, mesmerism, and a whole range of fringe subjects they didn't want to mess with. Plus the fact it seems so unlikely that pigeons could detect a field as weak as the Earth's magnetic field. Well, it's been shown that some migratory birds can detect the Earth's magnetic field. They can tell where north and south are from the magnetic field. They do seem to have a kind of inherent compass. But magnetism can't explain how they get home, because even if they could measure the dip of the compass, i.e. the angle towards it dips down, at the North Pole it points straight down, at the equator it's parallel. If they could measure the dip, they could tell how far north or south they'd been taken. But if you took pigeons due east or west, the dip would be exactly the same as at home. It wouldn't give them any information on whether they were east, west or west. And pigeons can home equally well from all compass points. So even in principle, the magnet won't explain it. They do seem to have a kind of vague magnetic compass sense. But this wouldn't explain homing. If you had a magnetic compass in your pocket and you were parachuted into a strange place and said, all right, get home, here's a compass, you wouldn't be able to do it because you'd know where north and south were, but you wouldn't know where home was. A compass alone can't get you home. Anyway, to disrupt the magnetic sense, pigeons have been treated experimentally in two ways. Firstly, they've had magnets strapped to them, which would, as they flap their wings, these moving magnets would totally overwhelm the magnetic sense. And secondly, they've been degaussed by being put in extremely strong magnetic fields that would demagnetize any magnetically sensitive parts within them. Well, these demagnetized pigeons and pigeons with magnets strapped to them to confuse their magnetic sense, or with magnetic coils over their heads, still get home perfectly all right. Well, that's the current state of play. Every hypothesis has been tested to destruction. They've all failed. And the remaining ones, there's one, the only one that you occasionally hear is well, maybe they hear their home from hundreds of miles away because of extremely sensitive hearing. But even that one won't work. Because pigeons that can't hear can still get home. So everything has been tried. Everything within the last 10 years has finally, the most rigorous tests have been done in the last 10 years. All these theories have failed. Nobody has a clue how they do it. And pigeon homing is the tip of the iceberg of a vast range of unexplained biological phenomena, which include the migration of swallows, how they come back to Hazlewood every year, having flown to southern Africa in the winter, the migration of cuckoos, the migration of salmon, of eels, and so on. These are usually explained in terms of smell, as the fish runs, but which only works really within a few miles of the home river. It doesn't explain how they can get thousands of miles through the oceans to the right place. So there's a huge number of phenomena to do with migratory and homing senses in animals which are unexplained. And human beings probably have similar powers too, not very well developed in modern urban people, although even some urban people have quite a good sense of direction, but extremely well developed in nomadic people like Australian Aborigines, South African Bushmen, and also the Polynesian navigators. Now, they probably use ordinary senses as well, but this is a whole range of unsolved problems which is hardly touched by science, which leads to the idea that animals, and probably we too, may have senses or powers undreamt of within existing science. So that's the present state of play, and the experiment that I'm proposing is very simple. I can outline it briefly. I think that the evidence suggests there must be some unknown sense, force or power connecting the pigeons to their home. Now what it is I don't know. My image of it is of a kind of invisible elastic band. Take them away and it's stretched and they tend to be pulled back, and it gives them a kind of directional sense. I'm not bothering at the moment about the possible physical basis of this, whether it's part of existing physics, whether it's an extension of non-locality in quantum physics, whether it requires a new field. That question is open. But with this simple model of an invisible connection, the experiment I'm proposing is the converse of those done so far. If the pigeon's connected to its home, then the usual experiments involve taking the pigeon from the home and it comes back. My experiment involves taking the home from the pigeons. This involves the use of a mobile pigeon loft, which is essentially a simple pigeon shed mounted on a farm trailer on wheels that can be moved around. And I've actually done this experiment, first in Ireland and secondly in Suffolk. So far I haven't been able to carry it past the first phase, the training phase. I found, however, it's possible to train pigeons to home to a mobile loft. They don't expect their home to move any more than we do. And the first time you take them out of it, you move their home just 100 yards the first time. And when you release them, they can see perfectly well that it's not where it was before, but they go on flying round the place where it was before. It takes them hours before they'll go into the loft in its new position. That's how we'd behave if we went home after being here at Hazlewood and found our home 100 yards down the street. Most of us wouldn't just go straight in and settle down to open our letters and so on. we'd probably go round and round in circles around the place where it was before and look awfully puzzled. Well, that's what pigeons do. But if you keep doing this, after 3 or 4 times, they just get used to it. They realise they're sort of nomads or gypsies now. And they'll go straight in. They'll find the home up to 2 or 3 miles away within 10 minutes and go straight in. You can do this. And in the First World War, the Belgian, German and British military pigeon corps had mobile lofts. The British had 200 mobile lofts in converted London buses by the end of the First World War. And there is still a mobile pigeon loft research project going on in Europe. The Swiss army is the last army in Europe to have homing pigeons. And the head of the officer commanding pigeons, Dr. Hans-Peter Lipp, I'm now in correspondence with. He's at the University of Zurich. And he's carrying out a fascinating research program on military uses of mobile lofts in Switzerland at the moment. He and I are exchanging notes on the subject. It's the only other research project going on of this kind. His objectives are quite different, though. They're to find ways of carrying messages more effectively. Anyway, the key experiment is you move the mobile loft 50 miles, let's say, after you've trained the birds, and see if they can find it. If you move it downwind from the point of release, so they couldn't smell it, and if the pigeons can find it quite quickly, fly straight there, then this would suggest there's an invisible connection between them and their home. The next question is it between the loft itself, them and the loft itself, or the other pigeons? You leave some of their nearest and dearest in the loft. And you can do that further experiments then by taking the nearest and dearest somewhere else and seeing whether they find the nearest and dearest or whether they find the physical structure of the loft. Anyway, this research is relatively cheap. I mean, £500 would cover the entire project. It's well within the capacity of the 5 million pigeon fanciers worldwide who keep pigeons and are well experienced in dealing with them. How the experiment will turn out, I don't know. But here is a profound mystery, the tip of the iceberg of a whole series of biological mysteries which have been more or less neglected. And if there is a new power, force or sense involved, what might it imply, what might it tell us? And where would we go from there? And that's the question I wanted to raise with Ralph and Terence.
Well, thanks for the question. Maybe I could ask you for just a couple of little details first. When they race the pigeons, and then the winner is the pigeon returning to the home loft first.
Yes.
But these home lofts are all in different cities, different streets,
yes,
and so on. So how does it work? The wife of the pigeon racer is at home, and when the mate comes, then pulls out the cellular telephone and calls headquarters.
No, the racing pigeon has a little thing on its leg, a ring for the race, with its number and the race number. They all have those when they're released. When it gets into the loft, it actually enters the loft. The pigeon fancier is waiting there. He captures the bird, takes this ring off its leg. He has a sealed time clock issued by the local Racing Pigeon Federation. He stamps this thing with the time it's come home. And then they all send in these tags with the time that are stamped by these sealed clocks. And they then calculate from the point of release, say it's Wick in Scotland, they then calculate the distance, straight line distance to each of these houses, divide the distance by the time, and they get the average speed.
So there's no account for difficulties and anomalous obstacles encountered along the way, like sparrowhawks.
No. Well, if they're killed by a sparrowhawk, they don't win the race. It's as simple as that.
Well, one more question about the nearest and dearest. Now, the home loft that they're racing to, which is still at home,
yes,
that has family members in it or
yes,
not? There's a whole bunch of pigeons in the loft, and
absolutely,
only one of them or two of them are racing.
There's several racing systems used. They have to have a motive to get home. If you race them in the winter, they don't home very well. But if you race them they usually race them in the spring and summer, either when they've got eggs and young, so they have an incentive to get back to their family, Or there's another system called the jealousy system, widely practiced, where pigeons are monogamous. They form pairs, at least for the year. And it's a kind of limited monogamy, but at least for that year. So they wait until they've paired up. Then they show, if, say, they're racing the cockbird, they then hold the cockbird and put another cockbird with its mate, so that the two start billing.
Disgusting.
And then they take it in its basket to the north of Scotland and release it, and it gets home real fast.
This competitive spirit will stop at nothing. And does the pigeon home to an empty lot? I mean, it requires it to be populated with nearest and dearest. I'm thinking of Bell's theorem.
I don't know. No pigeon racer would normally home to an empty lot. I've homed.
What about Dr. Hans-Peter Lipp of the Swiss Army?
Yes, he's done it to an empty loft, and I've done it to an empty loft, but not over long distances.
Well, yes.
Doesn't seem it has been done over long distances?
To empty lofts? I don't know. I've only done it over short distances. But probably they could home. But the thing is, they're not very much. Certainly the practical experience. Pigeon racers have been doing this for 100 years. It's been a competitive sport. They've found by long experience that the way to win races is to have this easy to understand personal motivation, as it were.
The stronger the motivation, the tighter the elastic band.
Yes.
Now I'm getting the elastic band theory down. Well, all right, I'm ready to risk an answer to the question. Terence is getting ready to bite. So first of all, I think we could wish for a homing pigeon or monarch butterfly or something that spoke. Then we could ask them the question you're posing, and they'd answer. But actually, I wouldn't trust the answer, because this homing pigeon might also have a theory that, like mine, is much too elaborate and unnecessary, when actually there's some simpler explanation, but they don't know it. For example, the Polynesian navigators. If you ask them how they do it, in fact, there was an English navigator who went to the South Pacific and apprenticed himself to a native navigator. You know, they go over 100 miles to the nearest island and get it dead on without compass and on cloudy days and so on. So they have a theory, but I don't believe it. So we'll just have to make up our own. So this is my fantasy. That well, first of all, I'm accepting the premise that ordinary fields don't do. So it's a kind of an ESP, and then we want to learn from doing experiments like you proposed on the phenomenon to get an idea what it is or how it works. And so this is just a fantasy about that.
Yeah. Could you talk just a tiny bit clearer?
Yes. Well, I don't know. I'll try talking a little louder and see if that helps. So thinking of bats now, which have been studied in a room just like this one with wires just like that. And in the daytime, of course, the bat will fly around missing the wires and not flying into the wall using vision, primarily, we suppose. And then at night, they do the same thing without vision because of sonar. So in this case, there is another field explanation, and it's well established that it's sonar. So I suppose, based on bats, that the brain and the mind are able to image the results of sonar experiments in a kind of image which is the same kind of image that the eyes form. In other words, that instead of hearing, oh, there's a sound over there, and trying to compute that's an echo and so on, that the bat sees the room with its ears in exactly the same representation, a three-dimensional visual representation that's dynamic, that it can fly through its own sonar receptions, and that the representations are the same. Then if somebody suddenly turned the lights on, the bat would not hesitate and fall to the ground because it has to switch from system A to system B, that the visual representation of the room would exactly overlay precisely the same image as the sonar image of the room. Similarly, dolphins, they have this melon, it's called, a huge sensory organ, and receives sonar waves, and they form visual type. This is just a speculation. And both in the case of bats and dolphins, the visual representation is three-dimensional, more than ours, which gives them, in a way, a kind of a higher IQ. Then that's a way of seeing. In other words, for bats and dolphins, in the case of dolphins and whales, they can see almost the entire planet as a three-dimensional object with its curvature and so on. So if there were a sixth sense that homing pigeons and monarch butterflies have, and maybe we do too to a degree, then I would suppose that it works like that. So after the pigeon is rotated, doped, transported 4,000 miles and released, then with its sixth sense, is seeing a very detailed three-dimensional road map of the entire planet, essentially, which is there in this field somehow, just as we consult the road map. First of all, it has to orient the road map, the holographic three-dimensional image of its world, with the visual world when it looks. It has to sort of rotate things around and get them aligned, and after that first step, it can then fly in the map. And then things like smells, which are smells, the sun, the magnetic field, these things are factors, and they would be kind of labeled on the map by the road association. And so this still doesn't explain how to get home, though, because you have to know where home is marked. Like, how many times have you parked your car in the three-level structure and then you come out of the department store after too much shopping, you can't remember where the car is. But you know the map of the three-dimensional garage. It has 3 floors, they're square, they're labeled, there's north, south, east, and west, and you can navigate anywhere to a known position in the garage. However, the position of your own home is unknown. Therefore, you don't know how to find the car. So, given the sixth sense, with a complete road map of the world as a three-dimensional object containing smells, containing trees, containing magnetic fields, containing the sun and the motion of the zodiac and the celestial, the polar constellations and so on, there must be some kind of beacon where the home is supposed to be. So even in the sixth field, the sixth sense theory, that's still a mystery. Now we've got to the point where you could speak to the pigeon and ask, how is home represented on this map? And the pull of a rubber band is one idea, but I have a feeling that if there is an obstacle, a serious obstacle between the pigeon and the loft, then it will find a way around.
It does.
It does. See, so it's better to have a map than a rubber band. I think the rubber band theory is too simple. Also, the rubber band, well, considering jealousy and so on, I don't know, but the rubber band, the longer it's pulled, the tighter it is. And that's the opposite of most fields that we know, where the farther you get away from home, the weaker is the pull. So I would think that it more or less appears as a beacon, that part of this field. And the question would be, how is the physical information of a location, especially a recently moved location, inserted into the field? That would be sort of a final mystery in this picture.
What do I think? Well, not that. It seems to me, if I can download this into language, that the problem is not with the pigeon. The problem is with the experimenter. That we know from studying quantum mechanics that things are not simply located in space and time. This is what Whitehead called the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. And it seems, I've always felt that what biology is a strategy, a chemical strategy for amplifying quantum mechanical indeterminacy into macrophysical systems called living organisms, and that living organisms somehow work their magic by opening a doorway to the quantum realm through which indeterminacy can come. And I imagine that all nature works like this, with the single exception of human beings who have been poisoned by language, and that language has inculcated in us the very strong illusion of an unknown future, but that in fact the future is not unknowable if you can decondition yourself from the assumption of spatial concreteness. So the answer to how the pigeon finds its way home is that a portion of the pigeon's mind is already home and never left home. And that we, gazing at this, assume that pigeons, monarch butterflies, so forth, are simpler systems than ourselves. But in fact, our assumption of the unknowability of the future creates a problem here where there is no problem, and that it's only in the domain of language, and perhaps only in the domain of certain languages, that this can become a problem. To put it simply, I assume that if you are a pigeon, we speak here of asking the pigeon, if you had the consciousness of a pigeon, you would not have a diminutive form of human consciousness. You would have a consciousness that we can, obviously, based on this discussion, barely conceive of, because the consciousness of the pigeon is a continual awareness extending from egg to death. And the particular moment in space and time in which an English-speaking person confronts a pigeon is, for the pigeon, not noticeably distinct from all the other serial moments of its life. So the problem is in the way the question is asked, and in the way human beings interpret the data that is deployed in front of them. After all, in the animal world, the future is always rather like the past, because novelty is rather suppressed in the animal world. Most things that happen have happened before and will happen again. So my expectation would simply be that what we're seeing when we confront these kinds of edge phenomenon in biology is the beginning of a set of phenomena which, when correctly interpreted, will bring the idea of quantum mechanical biology out of the realm of charge transfer and intercellular and subcellular activity and into the domain of the whole organism. I'm not sure this is the solution, but it does cause the problem to disappear.
Exactly. It's not the solution, but it causes the question to go away. I wish I could say that Rupert and I...
that's what solutions were supposed to do.
If Rupert and I had got together last night and tried to predict what you would say, then I would have bet on that. But still, you exceeded my worst expectation. Are you saying, have I got this right, that the entire life history of the pigeon is more or less determined at the outset, including the trip away from the loft and the trip back? So, as a matter of fact...
it never went anywhere.
It never went anywhere.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard.
It's only when you have a three-dimensional grid imposed by language laid over this that there appears to be a problem. In other words, there is some kind of a totality about it, but we section it and deny it, and then we come up with a dilemma.
Well, what about the pigeons that get picked off by sparrowhawks on the way home?
That was predetermined as well.
They doubtless saw that as well.
They were born under Scorpio. What can you say?
Well, I mean, I offer, it's not entirely facetious. The real question I'm raising is, to what degree does language create the assumption of an unknown future? To what degree does it somehow dampen a sense of the future that I imagine is very highly evolved in the absence of language?
I still can't grasp it. Do you mean that when the pigeon's released, part of its mind is still at home, its return home is in the future, and in some sense that helps it to get home?
Yes, you and I have talked about this before. You've always said the morphogenetic fields push from behind.
No, I've always said they pull from in front.
Ah, well,
Attractors.
so then, yes, so they're attractors. Well, so this is partly that, and partly that the consciousness of the organism is distributed in time in a way that makes it capable of doing miracles from our point of view. But from its own point of view, there's nothing unusual going on here at all.
Well, you wouldn't be at all surprised then if, as a matter of fact, the race was won by the clever pigeon that actually vanished at the point of release and simultaneously appeared back in the lawn.
Well, if you're suggesting some kind of virtual tunneling as an amplified quantum mechanical effect, perhaps we have the solution to spontaneous combustion here well in hand, or something like that.
But I still think it's different whether the future is totally determined or if the consciousness of the future includes several alternatives. And in case it contains several alternatives, then sooner or later the pigeon will be presented by a fork in the road and have to decide which way to go. Furthermore, the pigeon, if it had control of all physical levels, would not have to fly. But here we see poor guy is lumbering along, gets tired, stops for food, and so on. We imagine this is at least the fundamental assumption for our discussion, that pigeon flight is subject to our own concept of the world, including the laws of physics and so on, much as we feel they should be extended and want to extend them by studying pigeons and doing these experiments. The idea is to somehow modify our view of the world by engulfing the pigeon view of the world for our greater benefit. So I think there's still missing here some kind of mechanism for the pigeon to follow this line, this stretched rubber band of its own consciousness that occupies an extended region of space and time, to follow it so that its ordinary physical body ends up back where its consciousness is. How does it do it?
Well, it's an analogy would be, when you run a cartoon or a film backwards, there's a spectacle of wild confusion, but miraculously everything manages to end up in the right place. So what we had, it isn't that there really aren't choices. For a pigeon, when it comes into awareness, it comes into all the awareness it will ever have. It's like getting your memories at the moment of birth. Your deathbed memory is handed to you at the moment of birth. So then essentially, for the pigeon, it's a kind of play. It knows what's going to happen. It doesn't even know that it knows what's going to happen, because that's the nature of its perception, a complete spectrum of understanding of its entire life. And then it goes through it, and it unfolds as anticipated, although the pigeon doesn't have the concept anticipated. We, looking at it, have that concept. And we alone, I think, are tormented by the anxiety of the unknowable future. And it's an artifact, I maintain, of culture and language. And so it has given us, and we impute it to the rest of nature, but in fact things like monarch butterflies, pigeon homing, and some of these other phenomena are clues to us that imputing our consciousness into nature creates problems like the one we're discussing here. I don't know exactly why you resist this, because I think it's simply a more elegant statement of the rubber band theory.
Well, that means that except for our ignorance caused by the power of language, that we would have the consciousness of a pigeon and therefore see our entire lifetime. So this, according to this view, the baby pigeon chick, upon pecking out of the shell, is like waking from a dream, looking around and realizing that, oh damn, I'm the one that's going to have to race 3 years from now, and they're going to put this other jerk in there with my mate.
Well, but you see, you use language to portray the state of mind of the pigeon. That immediately collapses its four-dimensional vector into 3 dimensions, and then it becomes no longer a pigeon, but a person talking like a pigeon.
Is the pigeon then aware or unaware of its entire history from birth till death?
It's aware, but it's not aware that it's a history. You see,
it's
history is
in one timeless moment.
One timeless moment. And we could go further with this and say this explains our own curious relationship to the prophetic and the anticipated. Instead of, like the pigeon, having a 95% clear view of the full spectrum of its existence, by opting into language, we have perhaps a 5% view of the future. So we're tormented by messiahs, prophecies. We lean toward astrology and computer modeling, and all of these advanced tools then give us a very weak and wavering map of the future, which we nevertheless pay great credence to and worry a great deal about. I'm suggesting that theoretically, if we could step away from language, and perhaps this is what Zen anchorites and people like that do, that isn't this what they teach? That you fall into a timeless realm where death holds no threat, and all things are seen with a kind of great leveling, and anxiety leaves the circuit. So I'm suggesting, one more version of the fall, that from the fourth dimensional world of nature, complete in time, we fell into the limited world of language and an unclear future, and hence great anxiety about that, and hence conundrums like, how do the pigeons find their way home?
Well, this suggests that we should stop talking and writing books and just hum.
I've always felt that. Rather like a pigeon, I think.
Does this imply, is this, as I suspect, a polite way of saying that Rupert's current book and the homing pigeon experiment is a total waste of time, and even if it only costs £10, it's a shame?
Well, that's a wider issue, but you know very well that I think experiment as currently understood is futile, because all experiments, including, I assume, all the experiments in Rupert's book, make the assumption that time is invariant. And I don't believe that time is invariant. So we're now going to, I didn't intend to open this up as a general frontal attack on the epistemic methods of modern science, but in fact, the idea that time is invariant is entirely contradicted by our own experience, and it's merely an assumption science makes in order to do its business.
I believe that we have a case here of multiple personality in action, and now I'm going to undertake to prove it. So we suppose that Rupert had in his book an 8th chapter on an experiment with homeopathic medicine. And this experiment was done, and the outcome of it was that a flower power was discovered which absolutely and instantly cures hay fever. then you would be interested in the result of the experiment or not?
Sure.
I rest my case.
Well, as a practical matter, I don't think we should confuse our ideologies with our sinuses. No, you see, I would like to redefine science as the study of those phenomena so crude that the time in which they are embedded is without consequence.
You've really got to love Terence McKenna, don't you? He can think those great lofty thoughts, and then when it suits him, he can say something like, as a practical matter, I don't think we should confuse our ideologies with our sinuses. Sometimes when I listen to Terence, I think he's actually reciting from Alice in Wonderland, the way he can whiplash my mind with those sudden idea shifts. And I guess I probably should have warned you that Rupert was going to go on what I thought was an insufferably long riff about all of the ways scientists have tried to uncover how homing pigeons find their way home. But after thinking about it, I now understand why he took so much time on that topic. Had he just said, hey, we've done every kind of experiment we can think of and we still don't know how they do it. Well, if that was all he had to say about it, I doubt if it would have finally struck me that, hey, what he's talking about here is a scientific principle, an important one that we still don't have a clue about. And that, my friends, is really big news when you think about it that way. In a way, it's like we're still living in a world that doesn't understand something as fundamental as gravity or electromagnetism. My guess is that we still haven't even come close to the most basic understanding about this universe. Maybe we'll learn more about it by listening to the rest of the Hazlewood trialogues. And that's my plan. In fact, if all goes well, I'll have the next installment of these trialogues out by the end of this coming weekend. And after I get all three of these out, 3 remaining tapes, then we'll get back to the plialogues that were recorded at Burning Man this year. And before I go, I want to thank our fellow saloners who have searched out and then forwarded information that maybe have helped to Sasha Shulgin in his battle with dry macular degeneration. All of your suggestions and comments have been passed along to the Shulgins now, and Ann asked me to thank all of you for your good wishes and your help. Like me, they're still unpacking from their trip to Burning Man, but they sound like they weathered all the storms in the playa quite well, and they're in really good spirits. So that's about it for today, but I want to mention that this and all of the podcasts from the Psychedelic Salon are protected under the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 2.5 license. And if you have any questions about that, just click on the Creative Commons link at the bottom of the Psychedelic Salon webpage, which may be found at psychedelicsalon.org. And if you have any questions, comments, complaints, or suggestions about these podcasts, well, just send them to lorenzo@matrixmasters.com. And Jacques Cordell and Wells, sometimes known as Chateau Hayuk, thanks again for letting me use your music here in the salon. Also, a big thank you goes out to Ralph Abraham for letting us play his trialogue tapes here in the salon, and to Bruce Damer, who not only made the arrangements with Ralph, but who also stayed up for several days and nights digitizing the box of old cassette tapes Ralph had loaned us. And thank you for joining us here in the salon again today. I hope to see you back here again real soon. For now, this is Lorenzo signing off from Cyberdelic Space. Be well, my friends.
Linguistic object.
Help machines.
Greetings from Cyberdelic Space. This is Lorenzo, and I'm your host here in the Psychedelic Salon. As I mentioned in my previous podcast, I'm going to try and keep my own chatter to a minimum for a few podcasts now while I get back in the groove again. And so I'm going to continue playing the recordings of the Hazlewood trialogues that I began a couple of days ago. Basically, I've left this conversation unedited. However, there were several sections where people in the audience made long statements, but the microphones were so far away from them that I couldn't make out what they were saying, even by enhancing those sections of the audio. So I did cut out a few parts of this section of the trialogue. So now we'll pick up where the last podcast left off, with Terence McKenna on a riff about redefining what he means by science. And then they will finish their discussion of the unknown force field, or whatever it is that homing pigeons use to find their way home. And at about the halfway point, which will be the beginning of side B of this tape, Terence McKenna introduces a new topic, time. So now let's join Terence McKenna, Ralph Abraham, and Rupert Sheldrake at Hazlewood House in England sometime in 1993 as they conduct their first trialogue held outside of California.
I would like to redefine science as the study of those phenomena so crude that the time in which they are embedded is without consequence. And I suppose ball bearings rolling down slopes and things like this fall into that category. But the things which interest us, love affairs, the fall of empires, the formation of political movements, these things always happen in different ways. There is no theory for much of what happens in the human world. And I maintain it's because in the human world, the invariance of time forces itself upon us. And so we create categories of human knowledge outside science, like psychology, or that's sort of a fence sitter, but advertising and political theory and this sort of thing. So that addresses the invariant time, or the variable time that we experience, and then we hypothesize a theoretical kind of time that is invariant, and that's where we do all this science that has led us into these incredibly alienating abstractions. This goes back to Newton. Newton said time is pure duration. He visualized time as an absolutely featureless surface. Well, now notice, Ralph, Aristotle's effort to describe nature with perfect mathematical solids has been abandoned long ago, because nowhere do we meet perfect mathematical forms in nature. The only perfect mathematical form that has been retained in modern scientific theory is the utterly unsupported belief that time, no matter at what scale you magnify it, will be found to be utterly featureless. There is absolutely no reason to think this, and considerable evidence to the contrary. The problem is, if we were to ever admit that time is a variable medium, 1,000 years of scientific experiment would be swept away and we would be back to Z. So it's just simply a house of cards, and better left where it stands, I think. But the fact of the matter is, there is no reason to believe that time is invariant. And experience argues the contrary.
No, but the thing is, the invariability, I mean, this seems to go a little bit beyond the problem of pigeon homing.
Well, it addresses the problem of experiment as a notion.
But I don't think it actually touches it, you see, because I think what you've been saying, if we take it down to the level of the pigeons again, it does, as you yourself say, it turned out to be an elaborate version of the rubber band theory. The rubber filigree or something like that. Anyway, the rubber band theory would say that they'd be drawn back to the loft, and the experiment of moving the loft and seeing if they can find the moved loft. Let's say they can do that. There's an experiment. It would show us something that goes beyond anything contemporary science would expect. It might or might not fit with your all-time theory.
It does fit.
But nevertheless, here we have an experiment, crude though it is, which would show that the existing scientific models are inadequate. We need something that goes beyond them. We need something that shows how a pigeon can be linked to the home. The rubber band theory does involve a kind of attraction to the home, and in that sense involves a pull in time. So it does raise all these questions, perhaps.
Well, do you have a theory about how this works? I mean, I don't see how morphogenetic fields are particularly helpful here unless we or if they are helpful, then in the boil down, it's the same thing I'm saying.
Yes, I think I wouldn't. If there's a field that includes both the pigeon and its loft, so here's the pigeon, here's its loft. Normally they're together, it's normally the home. You separate them. You can either do it by moving the loft, or you can do it by moving the pigeon. But either way they're separated, they're part of a single system. Because the pigeon's world includes its loft, its home, its mates, and all the rest of it. You move them, they're now separated parts of a single system, they're linked by a field. And the pigeon is attracted within this field back towards the home, which functions as the attractor. This is where we in Ralph have this different view of attractors. In dynamics, things are drawn towards attractors. And if the loft is an attractor within the field, then the pigeon is, as it were, pulled back towards the field. It doesn't need an AA road map of the whole of Britain. That's irrelevant. It just feels a pull in a particular direction. And so the trouble with the map theory, you see, is it has all this information, the whole of Britain, the star rising, all these kind of features of this road map. It doesn't need that. You don't need that. You only need it if you're trying to work out where you're going to go by some method of rational calculation.
Oh, well, this is the angel theory, that when I come to the fork in the road, a guardian angel appears from behind a tree and tells me which way to go.
Roughly speaking, yes. Or you just feel a pull in a particular direction. You don't even think about it. You just feel that's the way to go, and you're drawn that way. I think that's how the pigeon does it, subjectively. I don't think it necessarily needs to see the whole of its future from egg to grave. I think it feels a pull towards where its home is by this kind of invisible rubber band, which is actually, if you like, a gradient within the field towards an attractor, which is its home. I mean, that's how you could model it mathematically.
Yes.
But you wouldn't need to bring in the whole of the rest of Britain and a road map. Now, if you did need a road map for the whole of the rest of Britain and all the rest of the world, then we'd have the question, how would it get it? Well, I've got a theory how it could get it, but I think it might tune in to the collective memory of all the other pigeons that have ever gone on homing races. All of them see the ground they're flying over. If a pigeon could access the collective pigeon psyche, or take it further, even the collective memory of other species, not just pigeons, if all birds could link up to what all other birds had seen, then they would indeed have a global map of the world. They could gain access to it. But I think that's possibly going further than we need for this rather limited case. It may be more relevant in the case of migrations, where you have birds migrating over thousands of miles, in the case of cuckoos, young cuckoos, migrating to South Africa, independent of their parents, that leave in July from England. The young cuckoos leave in August. They've never met their parents because they're cuckoos. And their parents, in any case, push off before the young ones are ready to fly. They go all that way. And I think that in that case they must be tuning in at least to a kind of collective cuckoo memory that includes features of the landscape over which they fly. But the rubber band theory wouldn't necessitate even that, you see. It would necessitate maybe some degree of collective memory, but it would essentially have this kind of pull, directional pull.
Well, there still seems to me some kind of problem, either a mathematical or cognitive problem, when the loft is moved, then the dynamical system, which extends essentially over the whole of the planet, wherever this pigeon may be released, and all the way back, has to receive the feeling which direction to go from the guardian angel or whatever. And that directional field all over the planet has changed when the loft was moved. So the question arises, how does the attractor, the loft, extend its field and directional instruction all over the planet And I don't think that the idea of morphic resonance helps here, because no other pigeon has flown to that particular loft.
No, I'm not talking about morphic resonance, I'm talking about the field itself. Morphic resonance is a memory of how to do it. If you have a magnet, say you have a magnet, a pile of iron filings here, and you have a magnet over here, and you put the magnet there, these iron filings will be drawn towards it, and you'll see lines of force moving towards it. If you then move the magnet over here, you don't have to, there's an immediate adjustment.
So the loft itself simply functions as a magnet, as it were,
like
another field which is not an electromagnetic field,
that's right,
but it's sort of an emotional field.
Yes. And the loft's like a magnet, and so you move the loft, it's just like moving a magnet. Automatically, now the iron filings or whatever will go there. That's basically the model I'm suggesting. And
the reason that I can't find my car in the parking garage is because I'm not emotionally attached to it. And I've never been in love with it. I could get an Italian car. Well,
it's a thing about, I mean, in the human realm, it could apply to finding people. And Jill does an experiment, well, she doesn't call it an experiment, in her workshops, where people form pairs, and they can first find each other by humming with their eyes closed and find the person. Then after they've got good at that, you can then find your partner with your eyes closed, so you can't see, just by feeling where they are and heading for them in that direction. And now that's an example of this possible magnetic pull in the human realm. I've tried doing this experiment with our children on the grounds that it ought to be particularly strong. And it turned out Merlin was extremely good at finding me, and then I discovered he was peeping. So I'm afraid this experiment, he couldn't quite see the value of totally objective, utterly controlled scientific study. So I mean, it may be, you see, that the bonds between pigeons and their home are comparable to the bonds between people and other people. And indeed, they may be related to the kind of social, that which holds societies together. When we say there's a bond between people, we may mean something more than a mere metaphor. It may be that there is an actual connection between them. And so we have many examples from the human realm. A child falls ill hundreds of miles away, and their mother immediately starts worrying and rings up on the telephone. This may be another manifestation of the same kind of thing. And it may be part of the social bonding. I mean, the motive of the pigeon to go home is social. It's not merely geographical. If it hasn't got mates and so on, it doesn't bother. If you try racing them in the winter and they've got no social motivation, they hang out wherever they can. They join into other people's lofts and so on. And it may well be that the pigeon that spent such a pleasant 10 days here at Hazlewood, like most of us, discovered this is a really nice place to be. And it didn't have a sufficiently strong motivation to get home. So we may be looking here at something that's essentially a social bond, but which, because we're never in exactly the same place as somebody else. Two bodies can't exist. We're always separated to some degree, however small, from those we're bonded to. And often, in the case of birds that fly foraging for food, in the case of migratory birds, in the case of all animals that have to go out, bees that have to forage out from their hives and then come back, there must be some way in which these social bonds extend into a geographical dimension and then become spatial, directional bonds to find a home group. In the case of wolves, there are these cases reported by naturalists of packs of wolves that go out hunting. A wolf may be injured, sometimes they're injured, and then they stay behind in a kind of lair while the whole pack goes hunting. And there's this book by W.J. Long called How Animals Talk, about his tracking of wolves in Canada, in the snow. The pack would go out hunting about 20 miles and went round and then killed an animal quite silently, no baying, they do it quietly. And then from the tracks he found that the wounded wolf had taken the shortest line from where it was to the place where they'd had this kill and joined the rest of the pack and got a meal. And the track showed that it had gone in a straight line, not followed the centre where they were. And he showed it couldn't just be sound and it couldn't be smelling because the wind was blowing the wrong way. So this kind of social bond, this kind of linkage may be utterly fundamental, you see, and the pigeon home may be related to the social field in some sense and its extension over the geographical realm.
Well, I'm sensing a kind of convergence here where even Terence could find something to agree with, that there is a sixth sense. It is a field phenomenon, like the quantum field. It's a social field. It's involved with the flocking of birds, the schooling of fish, and with herds of animals and packs of wolves. And you had a question. You started us off. What would this teach us, or what would that mean to us in terms of our future? And it could be that humans are somehow divorced from the significance of this field. So whenever the guardian angel speaks, they always do the opposite or something. And if we wanted to understand the population explosion, the demise of the planet, and all these wars and the manifestation of hatred and the sources of evil and so on, a candidate for the disharmony in the human species would be its disconnection with this field. And here's where Terence comes in, that somehow it's the implication of language is to submit to it is to lose your connection with the field. So we all have done experiments in not speaking. For example, meditation, for example, dreaming, where the antithesis of language has an opportunity to come forward and to attempt to reconnect us to this field, a harmonizing influence that entrains us, but not for long, especially for people like Americans who watch television for 7 hours a day. There is somehow not enough time away from language.
But notice that most prophetic episodes are dream episodes. I think that supports my point, that we've lost connection with a kind of fourth dimensional perception that for the rest of nature is absolutely a given.
Why do you think it's a given in the rest of nature? I mean, I don't still see why you need to have the pigeon knowing the whole of its future. And in this
well, because you have many, many cases of this kind of thing. Animals that are put in the pound by owners who are moving, and then the owners move 700 miles and the animal escapes from the pound, and it doesn't return to the ancestral home, it returns to the new apartment in a different city. The monarch butterflies, the homing pigeons, a whole host of mysterious phenomena become utterly transparent and trivial if you simply hypothesize that for them the future doesn't have this occluded character that it has for us as a result of our acquiescence in the language behavior. It seems to me it's just the most...
It's not just a problem in time, it's a problem in space. You could say that they know that they're going to wind up at the new home or meet the but that's still you've got the problem how they know which way to go. And I don't
presumably they see themselves at every point in their life, not just the high or low points.
And a minute in the future,
they're a minute
ahead of where they are, so
yes.
they just go that way.
In the future, they're that way.
In other words, they can always see it from where they are. It's always ahead of them, in the same way that we navigate through space. I mean, if you were a two-dimensional creature, the things that we do navigating in three-dimensional space would be absolutely mysterious and generate all kinds of metaphysical speculation and hypotheses and so forth and so on. But, I mean, why should nature imprison itself within a temporal domain? Clearly, for us, it's an artifact of language. I mean, we talk about future tenses, past tenses. Those aren't descriptive of the future and the past. They create it. That's why I put in the possible exception of perhaps there are human languages where this is not happening, and therefore they are much closer to animal perception. The mysterious, quote-unquote, mysterious behavior of the Australian Aborigines, the Hopi. These peoples, they seem capable of things that to us are like magic, but the magic is all done by knowing what's going to happen. So if they simply imbibe that animal understanding, then to them it's trivial. That seems to me the most elegant explanation. And it doesn't require new undetected fields or any of these other somewhat cobbled together mechanisms.
Just another dimension.
Well, we know it's there. There's no debate about that. So, here, an example then to carry that forward, I've always felt that the role of shamans in Aboriginal society, especially the ones that were using psychoactive plants, that all the magic that they do suddenly becomes not so mysterious if you simply assume that by perturbing the ordinary brain states and ordinary language states, they then let in this hyperdimensional understanding. Because look at what shamans do really. They predict weather, that's classical. That demands a knowledge of the future. They tell the tribe where the game has gone, also requiring a knowledge of the future. And they rarely lose a patient. That means they know who's going to make it and who isn't, and they refuse all cases perceived to be fatal. So here are 3 examples of shamanic magic, all easily explained by the simple assumption that they can perceive to some degree the future, which is occluded to ordinary people locked in ordinary language and brain states. QED.
Do the pigeons do a ritual then to get in touch with it?
No, animals are in this place to begin with. You see, look at the shaman, to push this point again. What is the shaman's strategy for attaining his special knowledge? He becomes like an animal. He is master of animals. He dresses in skins. He growls.
He talks to pigeons.
He talks to the animals. He perturbs his brain state with ordeals or drugs or something like this. But the very close association of the shaman to the animal mind suggests that that's the clue to entering this atemporal or 4D perceptual sphere.
And as Joe mentioned at the beginning, in the Christian tradition, the principal symbol of the Holy Spirit, which is that which gives inspired prophecy, shamanic type gifts of healing, all the gifts of the Spirit, including speaking in tongues, prophecy, healing, and so forth, discernments and intuitions of various kinds, are symbolized by the pigeon. So there's some curious way in which the dove, well known at the biblical times for its homing powers. The Egyptians had a homing pigeon service in ancient Egypt. So the choice of the pigeon was not just plucked out of nowhere. Noah's Ark is the first biblical story of the pigeon, where the pigeon is sent off and comes back with the hose with an olive twig. So right from the beginning, the pigeon is seen as a messenger that can find out things in distant places and come home and bring back the information. So you could say that central to the whole Western tradition, this shamanic thing of becoming like an animal, in this case, somehow entering the mind of a pigeon, or in some way assimilating to the state of a pigeon, is the basis of the gift of knowledge, prophecy, and spiritual power.
It sounds right to me.
So should we now...
Yes, I think so.
Let us now open this up and then we can...
I'd like to ask him a question. Do you suggest that if we suspend our language for a while in our mind, and totally go into a room and be sealed up in no way and see constantly, let's say, meditating, do you suggest we might grow this extra sense
Essentially, yes. I mean, I think it might take some time, but I think as a strategy for expanded awareness, that's how it would present itself experientially. Trappist monasteries do this. All Aboriginal peoples sequester the young men and women, often by themselves, for a period of silence. Somehow language is a strategy for holding at bay a much more complex world, that if we can by any means remove the language forming capacity, even...
What's the travelogue then? The travelogue is a complete contradiction of everything you're saying. You're using the language to...
Well, who was it said, I contradict myself? I contradict myself. The obsession with intellectual closure is inappropriate to talking monkeys, because nowhere is it writ large that talking monkeys should be able to achieve a complete understanding of reality. I think part of what we have to do is live with unsolved mysteries that are in principle insoluble. They're not simply unsolved problems, they're in principle mysterious. All would agree that the highest understanding resides in silence, but it's the death of conversation, hardly to speak of weekend workshops.
So if language is so disadvantageous, and the principle of the survival of the fittest, why do you think it developed?
Well, maybe it's a maladaptive trait. Many maladaptive traits develop. I'm not willing to say that. I think it has... For us, it's a substitute for other forms of cohesion, like pheromones, which are a kind of language that knit together insect societies. Originally, we were possibly fairly unsocial creatures. In other words, human beings may have paired and reared their children in secret. We've created societies of billions of people, and the linkage is language, and it's an unsteady linkage, as we can see. I mean, I don't have an answer for why language evolved.
Presumably we were pack animals like wolves or horses and tribal cultures.
Pack animals are the animals that produce complex signaling systems to coordinate themselves in space with barks and yips and yells. They coordinate hunting activity and this sort of thing. It may be that relatively benign adaptation carried further becomes something else. What we do, I think, that no other animal does, is we carry out symbolic activity. And it's this symbolic activity that has closed us off from the reality of what lies outside the symbol system.
Can you give an example of that?
Symbolic activity? Everything we do. I mean, for instance, think of a child lying in a crib with an open window and a hummingbird comes through the room. Well, this is like a miracle. It's all light and iridescence and whirring sound, and the child is sucked into the presence of a miracle. And then its nurse or its mother comes into the room and says, "It's a bird, baby, bird." Suddenly the miracle is collapsed into a lexeme, and by the time you are 5 years old, the entirety of reality has been very carefully mosaiced over with words. And to burst through that to whatever reality lies beyond is the task of a mystic or a shaman, and it's extraordinarily difficult. That's what I mean by trading in the world for symbolic signification.
But we think in words, and I'm not sure in the speak of language whether you talk of words communication of reasoning, because we think in words. And we are, the words that we are thinking even are, as you said, communicated to us by our parents. The first communication, to maintain the cut off communication. And what would happen, how would we develop our thinking processes in alternatives to words?
Well, I question whether we actually think in words or to what degree we do. What you notice when you experiment with these shamanic tools, such as psychoactive plants, is that as the intoxications deepen, thought becomes vision, and one thinks in images. And I imagine that this is the Aboriginal thought style, and we must have thought in images for a long time before we downloaded into words. To the degree that people think in images, I think they are a different sort of person than the word-oriented person. I think thinking in words may be an artifact of writing and print, and may have been most intensified in the last 1,000 years. I mean, sensory ratios are incredibly subject to cultural modification. As an example of what I mean by that, St. Augustine, to prove his piety, they would open a book of scripture in front of him, and without making a sound, he would examine it for a few minutes, and then they would close the book and question him, and he was able to discuss what was written there on the page. He was the only man in Europe, in other words, who could read silently, and it was thought a miracle. Well, we all read silently and think nothing of it. So I think the mind is very malleable and the imprint of culture very deep. You know, McLuhan suggested that the concept of the citizen, the concept of the industrial assembly line, were both artifacts of print and would have been incomprehensible in a manuscript culture. This is an area where we are very naive. How our languages affect our view of the world.
We are part of a continuum in nature, but animals nevertheless have a different type of consciousness. They don't have to make moral choices. They are not running around killing each other in Bosnia. They are preying on each other for food within a limited, all the people in this room are probably concerned about the world. And I think that one of the things I would like you, gentlemen, to address in some way is a feeling that things might be moving in some place which is better. And I think to try and bring things into some notion that animals are in perhaps some better place than Earth is not helpful.
Well, I didn't mean to suggest they're in a better place. As I hear what you're saying the glory of our humanness is our free will.
No, I'm not saying not about words like glory. I'm not putting emotive context on this. I'm trying to keep it rather specific.
But in fact, you're right. The decisions that we make form us as individuals, not as a species. And so in an animal situation, the individual animal, I think, that's not what is of interest there. We differentiate ourselves from each other by the choices that we make, and that requires this unknowable future dimension.
You just poo-pooed it, so we don't need it, it's an illusion.
Well, I didn't poo-poo it, I said animals don't have it. Clearly, we are of a different order. I'm not a pro-animal, anti-human sort. I mean, I think the human world is definitely the most interesting world, but I think maybe you've put your finger on it, that without this illusion of an unknowable future, we would not differentiate as individuals. So it's a happy flaw. O felix culpa. Right?
And some people have always been afraid of prophecy. But that's how the moral dilemma.
Well, it raises real questions about free will, that's for sure. I mean, one can suppose it raises real questions. I mean, if a prophecy comes true, does that mean then that in principle all of the future is determined? You see, we have to avoid determinism here, because a true determinism means thinking is pointless. Because in a rigid determinism, you think what you think because you couldn't think anything else. So the concept of truth is utterly without meaning in a rigid determinism. So perhaps in the pursuit of truth, the unknown future is a necessity. And it allows our individuation from each other. And that is the particular hallmark of our species, is that we are a population of individuals, not a population that is defined genetically.
Well, this is a challenge, isn't it? Because we have to...
These language structures are very provisional. Every culture assumes that it is building an edifice of eternal truth. But every culture has all other cultures as examples before it of parochiality, provincialism, and limited understanding. Why we then should assume that our culture is any more provisional than any other is simply a matter of hubris and historical momentum. I don't think the meaning of human existence lies in culture. It lies in the individual. And to access that meaning, a certain amount of deconditioning, i.e. alienation, has to take place from a culture. If you're just a cheerful representative of your culture, you're a kind of mindless bore, whether you represent Japanese culture, Indonesian culture, or whatever. We require distance between ourselves and the object of our contemplation in order to define ourselves.
And I think, to go on with this, that Terence earlier pointed out, the animal state is pre-language, but the state advocated by mystics and all great religions is to go beyond language. It's not, none of the great religious or spiritual traditions say human culture is the end, is where it's at. All of them point beyond it. And all of them point to states of contemplation, mystical insight, prayer, intuition, which go beyond the limitations of language. So I didn't take what Terence was saying to be the denigration of all human culture or language, but pointing out its limitations, which are agreed on by the greatest traditions we have. Well, I think these, in a sense, all these animals can be our teachers, you see. And I think that the part of my interest in the homing pigeons, and indeed the other experiments that I've been thinking about lately, is to help to see us as much more to the natural world, and certainly much more to the animal world, than current models allow. The current models of biology, of institutional biology, say all animals and plants are pure machines, totally explainable in terms of A-level physics. I mean, they don't even take quantum physics into it. And if you do, then you get weird phenomena like non-locality, which would mean pigeon homing might not be such a mystery. But so the attempt to reduce all animals and the whole of nature has been going on for a long time, and it's part of the triumphalist culture we have. Our culture is based on the agenda of conquering nature. You can conquer the whole of nature, and now we've told every other culture in the world that's where it's at. Development programs, logging operations, and so on. So the ecological crisis is a result of working out this particular way of thinking about nature and other species. I think that recovering a sense of... I don't think that anybody here is saying we've got to say animals are better than us and denigrate the whole human race, but to recognise that there are astonishing powers in the animal and the other realms of nature which we've just simply been blind to. We're blind to them if we think in terms of institutional science. people who actually know animals well, people who train horses, who keep dogs and cats, and who actually observe their behaviour, know full well that they have very often uncanny or seemingly uncanny powers of knowing which go beyond what we would expect on the basis of textbook biology. So I think these are ways of learning more about the world in which we live and more about the biological context of our lives. And when we come to dolphins, then they're indeed this. If we take big brains to be the criterion of our superiority to the rest of the animal kingdom, then we have to face the fact that whales and several other animals have bigger brains than us. And what are they doing with all that cerebral capacity? They're certainly not building media empires and constructing television programs and so on. So I think that this interest in dolphins and whales as having a different kind of consciousness and possibly a more harmonious and telepathic consciousness is another way in which people are trying to learn from the animal kingdom. But I mean, it creates a kind of humility in ourselves, doesn't it, to realise that here are these astonishing social forms based on kinds of consciousness quite different from our own, and possibly more advanced in certain ways. And all we regard them as, at least all Japanese fishermen regard the dolphins as nuisances for getting in the way of their drift nets. And the whales are simply a resource to be exploited, and Norwegians want to resume it because it's good for the people to save job losses in northern Norway, that kind of thing. There's a clash of value systems here, and I think the whole of our modern civilization is in a crisis because of this clash of value systems. So what's really going on in the rest of nature. Rediscovering what's happening is very important, and it does have wider consequences for our future as a species and a civilization. These are not mere questions of idle curiosity.
Well, I find this a little dissatisfying somehow to stop on this point. We didn't resolve what I think is the basic question about the homing pigeon, especially in connection with its significance for ourselves, because here we have a couple of divergent views. Even if we concede that the loft radiates a field, that the homing pigeon follows this field by a process of clairvoyance, in which it has a precognition of its position a moment hence and just goes in that direction. There's still, I think, the fundamental question has to do with the utter determinism of this, and whether the homing pigeon sees a variety of future positions and has to test them out by some process to determine which one is the most connected to the loved one or to the home, or whether there is only one vision and it just follows it. That's the fundamental question, because thinking of our species as the homing pigeon, and we're hoping to get home, if the future is totally determined, probably the likeliest outcome is the demise of the entire species, if not the biosphere itself. And of course there's no trouble for Terence having accepted that. But most people, I think, are seeing a variety of possible outcomes and seeking a way to ennoble their own life by philosophical position of empowerment, in which what you do, which choice you make, by what criteria you prioritize the possible futures, would actually lead in one direction instead of the other one. Thus, in context of free will for the homing trajectory of the entire species, life obtains a moral meaning. If it matters what we do, that's one thing. If it doesn't matter what we do, that's another. Therefore, it sort of matters whether it matters or not, if you see what I mean.
I think Bell's theorem in quantum theory says there's this principle that if things have been part of the same system and they're separated, they retain an instantaneous correlation, even if they're miles apart, even if they're going apart at the speed of light. Now, this is part of quantum theory, and it's totally unlike anything in conventional physics. And so the pigeon is separated from its home or from its loved ones, and
if Bell's theorem applies at the larger scale, then you could say they're part of the same system. They retain a non-local or non-separable connection. And this could be the basis of the rubber band or the homing system or whatever. You could say that. The trouble is that physicists don't know whether Bell's theorem applies in the larger scale or not. Most of them want an easy life, and so they say, oh, well, Bell's theorem's fine if you're dealing with these microscopic systems. It doesn't seem to have any effects anywhere else. We'll just regard it as a peculiar feature of microscopic physics. Well, it could be. But there are other physicists, including Ralph's friend Nick Herbert, who's spent years puzzling and wrestling with the consequences of Bell's theorem, thinking it must or may have implications at the larger scale realm. And you see, homing pigeons may indeed, I think, come to be seen as a large-scale manifestation of the same principle. I mean, I myself think that's quite a likely possibility. But Ralph knows Nick better and has talked about these things more. So what do you think about that, Ralph?
Well, what I think is that quantum mechanics applies to a different realm, and it provides us with metaphors, and Bell's theorem is a stimulating metaphor to understand this phenomenon of bonding. But to take this model too seriously seems to me ridiculous.
But isn't it really extraordinary, taking into consideration how complex life is, we'll find oneself formula in life, that one gravitates towards certain people who are terribly important. It's like one is part of a certain group of people. The fact that one knows friends. I mean, if you came from where I came from and ended up knowing people that I do know, it's quite extraordinary what attracts one in quite a conscious way towards certain people. So this bit maybe we're part of it, because maybe we share a vision. I mean, there are other levels of this. It's a sort of human talent. And also the thing about the pigeons, that seems to me they've always been undervalued animals. They're not seen as having consciousness. So therefore people say, oh, they're just animals, they've got tiny brains, how can they do anything? It seems very peculiar. But in fact there is this pigeon consciousness. And can we not accept that pigeons have this talent? There are many talents, but how can you explain a great pianist? How can you explain many great talents? This is an animal talent. It's a talent that they have. It's God-given. It's innate. It's what they do. It's what they're very good at. And it's kind of beyond our comprehension. Everything really is beyond our comprehension. I mean, they probably many.
The only thing I'm hoping people do is home.
I just wanted to ask you, do they do anything else? I mean, this is the thing we always hear about salmon and pigeons, about this homing thing.
Well, this is the thing that they've been trained to do. And if you think about it, you see, under normal conditions, no bird or animal would ever do this. In a homing experiment, the pigeon is captured by the owner grabbing it, putting it inside a basket, and it's transported on a train or a lorry for hundreds of miles. Well, in nature, that doesn't happen to animals very much. If they go away from home, they usually go under their own steam. And the normal circumstances is the pigeons range out from Trafalgar Square or wherever they live, and they forage. In Trafalgar Square, they don't have to go far usually, because all these tourists feed them there. But normally, pigeons live on buildings or on rocks. The original habitat of the homing pigeon it's a rock pigeon. Lives on rocks, on cliffs. That's why they like buildings in London, because they like cliffs. And they go out and forage, and they find their way home. That's the biological basis, and they've somehow got this to a very high degree, and they've been selected over many generations. But they have all the normal bird life as well.
The talent of it like that as well, isn't it? It kind of operates in slightly odd, strange circumstances.
And these pigeons have also been selected very strongly over many generations. Pigeons that aren't very good at homing don't make it back from races, and they don't get bred from in the next generation. So there's been tremendously strong selection. Anyway, yes, I think that how this relates to human affinities and so on comes back to this question of the social bonding being the underlying basis for all these forms of behaviour, and what forms of affinity or bonding are involved. We don't know much.
Forms of love, you could say, love at various levels, instinctive love and...
Yes, but that's another subject. I think maybe Well, maybe it isn't, but
it's a bond which draws two unlikely people together.
I remember
it's a love which takes the pigeon back to its children, eggs and nest. I mean,
well, some people would find that an unflattering comparison because we like to think human love different, but I think that would be.
But we'll call it homing from now on.
We've actually passed our point at which we should be breaking up, and Joel's going.
Well, the subject for tonight's trialogue is a subject near and dear to my heart. You might even say it has my initials on it. I had decided to talk about time, and then there was a request to do so that must be the general drift of our interest and intent as far as what I can contribute. I'm very interested in time. I'm very interested in the largest frames into which phenomena can be fitted, and sort of the various ways in which we view our humanness if we change the way we look at time. And I think that it's sufficiently unsecured by science that we need feel no trepidation about doing this. What I mean by that is examine or recall to yourself for a moment what it is that orthodoxy teaches about time. It teaches that for reasons impossible to conceive, the universe sprang from utter nothingness in a single moment. Now, whatever you might think about that idea, notice that it is the limit test for credulity. In other words, if you believe that, you could believe anything. It's impossible to conceive of something more unlikely. Yet this is where science begins its supposed rational tale of the unfolding of the phenomenal universe. It's almost as if science is saying, give us one free miracle, and from there the entire thing will proceed with a seamless causal explanation. But there is an aspect to the phenomenal universe that I think impinges on anyone who undertakes to examine it, that is not given any weight whatsoever by science. And that is that when we look at the span of time which stretches from the Big Bang to the present moment, it's very clear, I think, that complexity has aggregated toward the nether end of this process in the dimensions in which we find ourselves. And for example, the early universe was very hot, and only a kind of electron plasma could exist. Hence, there was no atomic physics, no molecular chemistry, only the physics of plasma. By cooling, complexity appears. This is not argued. But what interests me is that each successive advance into complexity occurred much faster than the stage which preceded it. So the first billion years of the life of the universe was an extraordinarily boring and empty period. Basically, atomic systems were forming, the simplest elements were aggregating into stars. This permitted fusion, the cooking out of heavier elements, and after some long period of time, carbon appeared. And of course, 4-valent carbon then permits a whole new set of properties to emerge, including ultimately life. And I'm moving through this very quickly because what I want to concentrate on is what I call the short epochs. and my terminology here is largely drawn from Alfred North Whitehead, I think is the great unsung hero of British 20th century philosophy. And he had a notion of a progression of epochs and leading toward what he called concrescence. And I've taken this notion of concrescence and attempted to construct a temporal cosmology that literally stands on its head the explanation of science. Because I don't believe the universe is pushed outward into substantial existence by the primal explosion. I believe the universe is being pulled and shaped into an ever more complexified and concrescent entity that is in fact a transcendental attractor. Transcendental in the sense of residing in a higher dimension than ordinary space, and transcendental in the feeling tone sense in which we ordinarily use that. Now, this idea is basically just Catholicism with the chrome stripped off, unless, or, Teilhard de Chardin-ism of a certain sort, the idea of the omega point, the idea of a telos attracting and drawing history into itself. But what I'm interested to consider is that most delicate of all questions in prophetic systems of this sort, and that is when. When? Science evades this issue by setting us down somewhere between the Big Bang and the heat death of the universe, imagined millions of years in the future. Science, notice, also completely marginalizes human experience. We are told that we live on a typical planet around a typical star at the edge of a typical galaxy, and that we are animals of a complex type but easily identified to more typical forms. My notion is to take seriously the apparent vectoring in of universal intent on the human world, and keeping away from the pitfalls of religion, to try and talk about why that might be happening. And I think it might be happening for the following reason: that history is actually the shockwave of eschatology, and that this is a concept that we have not sufficiently entertained, but which we are going to be forced to entertain as the planetary crisis created by modernity builds toward some kind of climax. What I mean by that history is the shock wave of eschatology is something like this. If this planet were a planet of hummingbirds, woodchucks, giraffes, and grasslands, then Darwinian mechanics as modified by molecular biology would be sufficient to explain what's going on. The fly in the ointment of that simple schema is ourselves. We represent some other order of existence. We, this afternoon, talked about language. My notion is that out of the broad moving stream of animal evolution, a species was selected, fell victim to. The terminology can vary, but a higher animal fell under the influence of an attractor pulling us in the direction of symbolic activity. And this is what we have been involved in through theater, dance, poetry, chant, magic, religion, science, politics, cognitive and symbolic activity. And it's only occupied
for all practical purposes, outside the dreary world of chipping flint and picking fleas, less than 25,000 years. It's a blink of an eye on the cosmic scale. It is the shock wave which precedes eschatology. An analogy would be, think of the undisturbed surface of a pond. If the pond begins to boil, it indicates that some enormous protean form is moving beneath the surface and is about to, in fact, make its presence visible. This is what history is on the surface of nature. It's a boiling anticipation of the emergence of the concrescence, or the transcendental object at the end of time. And it has been anathema to discuss this in secular society, even New Age secularism, because this has always been the province of beastly priests and their hideously hierarchical and constipated religions, so that decent people have tended to turn away from it. But in fact, this is some kind of primary intuition about our circumstance. And the reason it's important is because we now are in a situation of planetary crisis, where you don't have to be an enthusiast for Whiteheadian metaphysics or psilocybin or the more arcane metaphors of Terence McKenna to realize that we are approaching our limits. It's inconceivable to speak of 500 years in the human future. History is a self-consuming process, and all we need do at this point is extrapolate any of a number of curves. Here are some of my favorites. The spread of epidemic sexually transmitted diseases, the proliferation of thermonuclear weapons, the dissolution of the atmospheric ozone, the rise in world population. When these curves are extrapolated, it's very clear that we have taken business as usual off the menu. And I would prefer, rather than imagine that this is a situation driven by the momentum of bad historical decisions, and therefore our responsibility, the wrecking of the planet and so forth, I would rather prefer to believe that what we're witnessing is something like a birth, and that it is built into the laws of physics, what we're witnessing. That we are literally on a collision course with an object that we cannot exactly discern. It lies below the event horizon of rational apprehendability at this point. But the east is streaked with the blush of rosy dawn, for sure. And what it portends, I think, is an end to our fall, an end to our sojourn in matter, and an end to our separateness. And it lies now so close to us in historical time by virtue of our having collapsed our options in three-dimensional space, that you need only close your eyes, have a dream, take a shamanic hallucinogen, practice yoga, and there you will see it. It's an attractor which has been working on the species at least 1 million years, and I maintain that this is actually somehow a universal attractor, and we represent a concrescence of complexity that is truly transcendental. You know, James Joyce said, if you want to be phoenixed, you've got to be parked. Up Nient, prospector, you sprout all your worth and woof your wings. He said the end is nearer than you might wish to be congealed. And I'm essentially carrying this same notion because I think that otherwise we're going to be victimized by an enormous pessimism arising out of the bankruptcy of science, positivism, ordinary politics, so forth and so on. The ride to the end of history is going to be a white-knuckle experience. And I offer this metaphor in the hope that it may make the trip to the transcendental object glittering at the end of time an easier ride. Gentlemen.
Well,
yes, let me fill in the footnotes. Esque, it refers to the last things, the final things, the eschaton. The eschaton is a kind of neutral way of saying what some people call the Buddha Maitreya, what some people call the flying saucer at the end of history, the second coming. It's the last thing, the eschaton, and I see it as a kind of, what I think is happening is that all boundaries are dissolving, and the boundaries between men and women, between society and nature, and ultimately the boundaries between life and death. And we are going truly beyond ambiguity, beyond syntax. We have been trapped in a kind of demonic simulacrum for 25,000 years, created out of language. And now somehow this accelerating process of involuted connectedness that characterizes this Whiteheadian progression of epochs toward the concrescence is in fact being fulfilled, and it's I think quite extraordinary.
Well, this I think, Terence, it sounds a little more optimistic than I've heard you before. If I'm not mistaken, that although in this model you accepted the one miracle of science, the Big Bang fantasy, for your creation myth, and then you reflected it into a similar event coming in the near future, about which you're concerned with the when, but I think you spared us and didn't mention the date this time.
Yes, I thought it should be a sort of a generalized discussion of the assumptions that come out of this kind of thinking.
But when the forthcoming event, that the optimistic part is that I think for the first time I've heard you describe it as a birth. The optimistic event is interpreted by you as an eschaton. This is, I think, a myth made real, like a Christmas tree where the events of history are kind of pasted on it, and as this tree sort of shapes to a point at the top, you've drawn history around it in an ascending spiral that just ends at that point where they put the star. Now, I think this is a myth, and that history can be wound on the form in a lot of different ways, and only by starting with an assumption, which to me is very symmetric and identical to the big birth of the universe that for which you make fun of science. I agree with you there. That far, we're together. But this, it puts me in mind of the history of history, where the concept of time in different cultures suits different models, of which there are but few. There's the bang-to-bang model, which you share with Teilhard de Chardin. There's the infinite linear progress model, which is pretty much discredited now by everyone. There's the reflection model, where a cycle is completed and then repeats at the beginning, and 4 more epochs, or 5 or 10, in a cycle of epochs which might be never-ending. There's the Kurt Gödel model, in which time goes forward and closes on itself without reflection by going around a torus and coming back. Many ancient societies
shared this one where it was understood that this is something like your theory of the homing pigeon, that every action we are doing today will be repeated again another day. I think also that these different models for history, which are essentially mythical structures, that is, no pseudo-scientific evidence could be given to distinguish one from another. They start on the basis of belief, and then it is thought that what follows from this particular belief of a certain model of history is the actual evolution of that culture into some shape which is to a degree determined by the model and which has been analyzed in the different cultures, comparing the different evolutions of the culture with the creation myth and model for historical time in each one. Eric Vogelin, for example. Then it's also thought that, well, now that we have archaeology, cultural history, and so on, we know this much. We know there's different models of time historically, that they fit into a certain pattern, and by and large it's thought that they give guidance to the evolution of that culture itself. In other words, if it's not true that tomorrow is already determined and we just have to do a good job to follow our dream, if it's possible that what we do, think, or say affects the future, then it's important which historical model we choose, because the myth itself guides action, determines evolution, at least influences to a degree the outcome. I'm not saying that belief in an eschaton guarantees an eschaton, because I don't think the influence of our belief is that seriously important. I don't see, though, even accepting the Christmas tree and the point with the star, I don't see why it would be a birth or a death or anything other than a simple cultural transformation, which is more or less timed by, presaged by, announced by the shockwave at the end of, well, this epoch. Why not just a simple social transformation like the Renaissance?
Well, because the planet can't bring forth further societies. We've come to the end of our road in Newtonian space. And that's what I wanted to say. I mean, wouldn't you agree, Ralph, that when we look back over the whole history of life as known to us, what it appears to be is some kind of strategy for the conquest of dimensionality. In other words, the earliest forms of life were fixed slimes of some sort. And then you get very early motility, but no sense organs. The being literally feels its way from one point of perception to another. Then you get sequestering of light-sensitive pigment on the cell, and the notion of a gradient of here and there appears. And then for a long, long time, it's the coordination of, backbones, skeletons, binocular vision, so forth and so on. Then with us, some fundamental boundary is crossed, because we are beginning apparently the conquest of terrestrial space ended with the cheetah or something. But in us, what begins is the conquest of time, first through memory and strategic triangulation of data out of memory, and then with the invention of epigenetic coding, writing electronic databases, and ever more deep and thorough spreading out into time. And so this eschatonic transition that I'm talking about, essentially all that's happening is that the deployed world of three-dimensional space shrinks to the point where all points are cotangent, and it literally goes into hyperspace. It's no longer a metaphorical hyperspace. And so what we're saying here is, you're right, it's no big deal, and yet what it actually will come to be seen to be is a transition from one dimension of existence to another. But a continuation of this universal program of self-expansion and transcendence that can be traced back to the earliest and most primitive kind of protoplasm.
Isn't this a fancy way of saying we're running out of time?
Yes, time is speeding up. There isn't much left. You know, someone said time is God's way of keeping everything from happening all at once. Well, my notion is that we are caught, think of the transcendental attractor as a kind of black hole into which we have fallen into its basin of attraction, and now we're circling ever faster, ever deeper as we approximate and approach to this singularity. The eschaton is simply a singularity. It exceeds rational apprehendability. Somehow, intrinsically, in principle, it lies outside the framework of possible description. We're on a collision course with, the unspeakable. And that explains why we are not groveling around like groundhogs and other animals. We have been selected out for this very, very peculiar metamorphosis via information and the conquest of dimensions to become something completely other, a new ontological order of being, as we represent now a new ontological order of being when contrasted to animal life. Now we're apparently about to take one more step.
But it's too early to tell. Let me just respond for 1 minute, then we'll see what Rupert thinks of this. I'm afraid I'm basically so pessimistic I can't really dispute this or go on. Nevertheless, for the sake of theory, let me say that this pessimism is just a matter of faith, because using these historical arguments and timings you've just described, we have sort of mixed here together the good and the bad. Everything is accelerating. On the one hand, we have the population explosion itself, the destruction of the biosphere, and so on. The complexity, the rate, the seriousness of all this, the irreversibility, the finality, the eschatology of this is, as a matter of fact, climaxing. Meanwhile, we have language, as you say, if it's 25,000 year old or 60,000 or even at most 100,000, as some people think. That is really recent on the time scale we're talking about. And then we have such things as agriculture and the urban revolution, and now we have automobiles and airplanes and computer. You spoke about memory. Computer memory has somehow increased our intelligence by an enormous amount. So on the good side, we have all this increase in the complexity and the fractal dimension of life is more or less to our benefit. So we have, as it were, a race between two processes, both of which growing faster exponentially. But we don't know for sure which one is growing more. And furthermore, the possibility of a miracle can't be ruled out due to the fact that we wouldn't even have got this far without a series of miracles. For example, the miraculous appearance of oxygen in the atmosphere.
Well,
so if there is a race, it's a subtle matter, I think, the way in which the myth of the eschaton could intervene in this race between the two accelerating processes. That's all I wanted to say. What do you think, Rup?
Well, I think, I agree with you. This is a cultural pattern. The Judeo-Christian tradition takes further tendencies already there in early civilizations. A sense of movement towards some end. Apocalyptic prophecy, the last book of the Bible, the book of the Apocalypse, speaks of things not unlike those that Terence does. It's very similar. And as he's well aware, this apocalyptic nature of his thinking is a transform of a vision which appears in Christianity and in Jewish messianic and apocalyptic literature. So the question is, to what extent is the pattern of acceleration we see in our culture a product of the fact our culture is based on this myth of history? Or to what extent do these visions reflect some true perception of a cosmic process, something far beyond history? That's not easy to decide, because although there's a self-fulfilling prophecy built into these cultural patterns, we're now seeing these dreams coming true in many ways, these things that have led to emphasizing novelty, innovation, change, moving faster and faster. These are both prophesied and believed in and coming true, and makes it easier to believe in them and so on. It's all self-fulfilling. But we've now spread it to the rest of the world, so it seems pretty global. Does it go beyond this? For me, this is the big question. Is there in this prophetic vision, a real influence of something beyond humanity, beyond history, which Terence thinks there is, namely the transcendental object, the attractor, or, as Teilhard de Chardin would put it, the omega point? Or is there not? And if there is, how limited is it in its range of application? Are we talking, as Terence sometimes seems to be, about something just happening on Earth? I mean, I have the same problem with Christian apocalyptic speculation. Teilhard de Chardin, for example, he talks of the noosphere around the Earth and this growing emergence of consciousness here. Is he talking about the transformation of this planet and of humanity? Or is he talking of the transformation of the entire universe? And you have the same ambiguity in the New Testament, when St. Paul writes, the whole creation groaneth in travail. The idea of the whole universe groaning in travail for the coming of a new birth, of a new age. So this is the real question I have to Terence tonight, is how provincial is this vision? Are we talking about the future of human culture on this planet? Or are we talking about the future of the solar system, the galaxy, or even the entire cosmos? Because if we're talking about this planet, a lot of these accelerating changes, graphs, extrapolations look pretty plausible. If we're talking about the solar system or the galaxy, I don't think astronomers in the last few years or decades have suddenly noticed curves rushing off to some extreme point where we can expect stars all over the galaxy to turn into supernovae, planets all over the solar system to collapse, crumble, or otherwise undergo dramatic alteration. The history that we're so preoccupied with here on Earth, human history and the effects of human activities, doesn't, as far as we know, seem to be mirrored in changes going on anywhere else in the solar system, the galaxy, or the cosmos. So just the question really is, how limited is this vision? I mean, are we just talking about the destiny of a small planet which has come under the for some reason under some planetary attractor? Whether it's human-made or human-making, we can leave aside for the moment. And what's your view on that?
Well, I'm not intentionally cutting this trialogue off right here. It's just where this tape ran out. And I'll get the next one in this series out to you early next week, as soon as I can. And I want to thank those of you who wrote to say that they don't mind the longer format, particularly those of you who were funny about it, like this one I got from Tom Barbalet. Tom, by the way, is the host of the Noble Ape podcast and the Biota podcast, and I'll put links to those in the program notes here and also on our Psychedelic Salon webpage. You can hear interviews with people like Bruce Damer and a whole lot of other really fascinating people over there. Anyway, here's what Tom said. A quick note to say I like the new entire format. The only problem I have found is in hitting pause. When the trialogues were divided by sides, you had taken on the responsibility to create a division, and there was little that could be done bar to wait for the next installment. Giving the listener the power to pause means, I am sure, more exercise will be had. More people will stay in their cars to listen to the end, and people will travel to the end of their train lines rather than stopping the flow. I found this problem myself this morning, although I was able to hit pause eventually. I did feel some guilt, however. Well, for sure I don't want to make anybody feel guilty, so sorry about that. And so that I don't feel guilty about forgetting to say this, I sure want to send my thanks to Stephen B. and Michael M., both of whom made donations this week. And Michael, you'll probably remember better as a Dime Short, who's also been a regular contributor here to the Salon. So thank you both for your kind donations, and rest assured I plan on seeing that yours and all of the donations to the Psychedelic Salon are put to good use directly in the service of these podcasts. Before I go, I should mention that this and all of the podcasts from the Psychedelic Salon are protected under the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 2.5 license. And if you have any questions about that, just click on the Creative Commons link at the bottom of the Psychedelic Salon webpage, which may be found at psychedelicsalon.org. And if you have any questions, comments, complaints, or suggestions about these podcasts, well, just send them to lorenzo@matrixmasters.com. Chateau Hayuk, thanks again for letting me use your music here in the salon. And thanks again to Ralph, Rupert, and Terrence for holding these fascinating conversations. And to Bruce Damer for obtaining the recordings for us to listen to here in the salon. Well, that's about it for today, but I'll be back soon with installment 3 of the Hazlewood trialogues, and I'll see you then. For now, this is Lorenzo signing off from Cyberdelic Space. Be well, my friends.
Linguistic object.
Greetings from Cyberdelic Space. This is Lorenzo, and I'm your host here in the Psychedelic Salon. And before I get into today's program, I need to apologize to those who downloaded the previous podcast in the first 12 hours after it was posted. It seems that I mislabeled the MP3 tag, and it'll show up in your menu as a second number 107 program. So if you have two podcast 107s, take a close look, and you'll see that one should say Part 1 and the other Part 2. I fixed that problem now, but of course that won't help you if you're on automatic download, because there are a lot of those that take place in the first few hours after I post a new program. So even though it's a small inconvenience for you, well, maybe you can just think of it as having a collector's item. Of course, I don't think there's much of a hot trading market for collectible files right now. Don't know if there is such a thing. Well, since this is a somewhat long podcast, I want to begin by thanking a few people now so that my thank yous don't get missed if I put them at the end. First of all, I think we'd all like to thank Ralph Abraham and Bruce Damer for making these tapes of these trialogues available for me to play here in the Psychedelic Salon. And I also want to acknowledge those who have made donations of all kinds to help get these messages out to a wider audience. I know that many of our fellow saloners are students, young parents, and even old guys like me who are living on Social Security, and to even make a small donation is really out of the question. Well, I'm in the same boat, so I want you to know that you shouldn't feel guilty about not donating. Just simply taking some of your time to listen to these podcasts is more than enough payment for me. And then if you tell a friend about the show, or blog a comment somewhere, or make a CD of your favorite program and pass it along, all of those things, including spending the time you're using right now to listen to this, well, all of these things, I think, go into our larger salon hold-on, and we're all the richer for it. And finding myself now older than I planned on getting and living on a fixed income, well, I have to tell you that when donations do come in to help with the expenses of these podcasts, it's like having my wildest dreams come true. Here I am having fun listening to all these great talks, and also getting to mess around with a little technology here and there. In short, I'm having the best time of my life. And then to top it all off, This week, the salon received donations from Vipel P. Hey, Vipel, how are you? And thanks for yet another donation. That's really nice of you. And I also want to thank Mona F., who also made a very generous donation. Thank you both. And I want to make a special mention for Elena, who started to make a donation, but in the process helped me unwind some buggy code that kept her from making a payment. But by telling me about the problem, she provided a very valuable service for the salon. And so thank you, Elena, who after all her problems persisted until her donation made it through. I probably would have given up myself, so thank you so very much for hanging in there. Well, there's some other things I want to mention today, but first we better get into the trialogue. As I was thinking about how to introduce today's program, I was trying to figure out how best to recapitulate the end of the last tape in this series. But when I began playing tape 3, which you're about to hear right now, I discovered that there was a disconnect between the two. I'm not sure how much of the trialogue, if any, was lost, or what led up to the part we're about to hear. But what you're hearing with me is exactly as it came off the 4 cassette tapes that Ralph Abraham loaned to me to play here in the Psychedelic Salon. But hey, being psychedelic doesn't mean that you're strung out on drugs. It means having the ability to think outside the box and to change mental directions without getting psychic whiplash. So it shouldn't be too hard for you to get right up to speed as Rupert Sheldrake asks a question that leads to a discussion of stellar pathology, among other cosmic topics, in a trialogue with Terence McKenna and Ralph Abraham that was held at Hazlewood House in England sometime in 1993.
So just the question really is, how limited is this vision? I mean, are we just talking about the destiny of a small planet which has come under the for some reason under some planetary attractor? Whether it's human-made or human-making, we can leave aside for the moment. And what's your view on that?
Well, I've thought a lot about it. It's a difficult question. If we extend the search for a universal crisis beyond the Earth, the only evidence that has been offered by anybody is there is some kind of problem between nuclear theory, which has been very well established for 40 years, and the neutrino output of the sun. And in trying to account for this, your choice is either that nuclear theory requires serious modification, which doesn't seem likely since it's worked in all other cases up till now, or there is in fact something wrong with our star. Searching for pathology beyond the solar system in the cosmic environment is, I think, outside the present reach of our technical ability. I tend to think, though the time waves that I've elaborated can be extended back into the pre-biological domain, I tend to think that this is a phenomenon of biology that I'm talking about, and that it is just one small planet, and that biology is a process of conquering dimensions, which once it starts, it, as a primal slime, it accelerates and it bootstraps itself to higher and higher levels at tighter and tighter turns of the spiral, and that we are now in the process of seeing it essentially exhaust and abandon the planet and carry itself into this other dimension. So it's a phenomenon of biology. That's why all these metaphors of Gaia and Gaian interaction seem cogent to me.
But the whole point about biology is that the earliest forms of life came with plants are related to the light of the sun. And the whole of biology, the whole of the plant kingdom, the whole of the transformation of the atmosphere of the planet is dependent not on merely terrestrial events, but on our relation to the sun and the wider cosmic environment. since the elements of carbon and so on are produced by the dust of supernovae, of exploding stars. So biology on Earth is rooted in a much larger ecology. And so first of all, I don't think the evolution of life on Earth can be regarded as merely terrestrial or merely biological in that sense. And secondly, every human culture that's talked about some light pulling it from ahead, some vision that's drawn, has tended to talk in terms of images of celestial influences of one kind or another. Sky, planets, stars, heavenly influences of one sort or another, which suggests to me that if we're to take them literally, and you take most of these things quite literally, really, that we have to look for influences from outside the Earth working on us. The transcendental object may be located or channeled through the Sun, other stars, planets, constellations, something to do with the astronomical environment.
Well, if it is truly a higher dimensional object, then it is in some sense everywhere in this universe. And so all routes of evolutionary progress may lead into this. It's a kind of universal hologram of time and space into which we enter into some kind of, I suppose, galactic community of intelligence or something. In other words, biology, if I understand what you were implying in the early part of your statement, I agree, yes, that spores or viruses or bacterium probably percolate and permeate through the physical universe. And wherever they come upon a planetary environment in which they can work their magic, then life takes hold, and from then on, it's a battle in which life attempts to modify the abiotic environment and control it and keep it at equilibrium sufficiently for the program of bios to be put into place. And that program is to go from this initial seed to a return to the higher hidden source of all outside the pleroma of three-dimensional space. It's a kind of Gnostic return idea. It's an idea of alchemical sublimation and rarefaction. I see the cosmos as a distillery for novelty, and the transcendental object is the novelty of novelties. And when we formally define that, we discover we are getting something like a Leibnizian plenum, a monad of some sort, a tiny thing which has everything enfolded within it. And that means that you're in another dimension where all points in this universe have been collapsed into cotangency. And it is an apotheosis. It is an apokatastasis. Something else in Greek, I'm not sure what.
Pure poetry. And while trying to listen to this, did I not observe a consensus that, as a matter of fact, it's provincial? Is that right?
That I'm suggesting
biological catastrophe on planet Earth. Well, the rest.
Yes, the Earth is giving birth to a hyperdimensional being.
In spite of the fact that the eschaton permeates as a higher dimensional object the entire universe. As a matter of fact, it's got a special sub-eschaton with a more accelerated program just for us.
Salvation proceeds on many schedules, my son. The fact that the galaxy is spiral suggests to me that in the interest of modesty, we should probably confine this supposition to the notion that it's happening within the galaxy. It's perhaps what spiral galaxies are about.
Well, the sun is burning out. People believe that. A mere 500 million years to go, which is a little bit longer than the 18.5 years that
Well, but excuse me, if there is a problem with the neutrino output of the sun, the orthodox interpretation of that is that means the sun has stopped and gone off the fusion boil and is in fact just sitting there. And the amount of time it would take for evidence of this having gone off the boil to percolate to the surface is about 25,000 years. And the moment that it happens, 8 minutes later, the radiant energy reaching the Earth will drop 60%.
I'll accept your lower bound of 25,000 years without further discussion. Let it be known. Just to shock you, let me take a position much more pessimistic than yours. There have been several close calls lately with comets. And some people, William Whiston, for example, or Emanuel Velikovsky, felt that the beginning of our planet, the Big Bang, as a matter of fact, was a collision with a comet. And in the last couple of years, there have been several close calls. In fact, the closest call in history is only 3 or 4 years back. It seems to me, especially after a good look at the sun with or without glasses, that it's quite likely we would get hit by a comet, and even pretty soon, sooner than 25,000 years, maybe sooner than 18.5 years. Now suppose that this happened, and then we had an extinction such as we saw 65 million years back when Jurassic Park vanished into the ocean. Then all of this biological miracle, accelerating to its own omega point anyway, according to a schedule with exponential condensation to the concrescence of the eschaton and the shock wave from the transcendental object at the end of time, would be rendered totally insignificant because the cause came by a car crash on the highway of the solar system, totally independent of the progress of biology on planet Earth.
No, you don't get it. It's entirely possible. I didn't want to bring it up because it's a little Halloweenish, but it's entirely possible that the transcendental object at the end of time is nothing more than a 5-kilometer wide carbonaceous chondritic asteroid that in a single moment will stand us all at the gates of paradise. And that is what it means
trying to destroy my argument by appropriating it.
Didn't I say that the dissolving of boundaries would eventually mean the dissolving of the boundaries between life and death itself?
Well, why then, if the eschaton is a comet rapidly approaching New York City, why is it necessary to have this increase of complexity, the population explosion, the destruction of the ozone layer?
Well, it's very interesting. Did you know that immediately preceding, by immediately preceding, I mean in the million years preceding the impact that killed the dinosaurs, some enormous extinction was underway, that they can't figure it out. It's like the Earth knew, or something like that. There was an extinction underway when that cometary impact hit. And so what I'm suggesting, Ralph, is that biology knows. This is back to this morning's discussion about the homing pigeons. Biology has a complete 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional map of the planet's history.
What the hell? The comet's on the way. Let's get it on.
The planet says the comet's on the way. Let's get these monkeys moving toward the production of sufficient complexity that when this impact event occurs, it will have a transcendental rather than simply
an opportunity to escape into another dimension.
Yes. So all of history is this curious relationship with this intuition that nobody wants to face, but nobody can quite get rid of. And so here we're sacrificing goats, and we're doing this, and we're doing that, because we have this very restless feeling that all is not well in 3-dimensional space and time. And history keeps bearing it out. And now it's it's upon us. It's who don't quite make the extinct of the moment.
Well, the instructions...
Well, here's the idea. Jorge Luis Borges, the Argentine surrealist, he had an interesting idea. He felt that a species could not enter hyperspace, whatever that means, until the last member of that species perished. And so what is happening here is that vast numbers of souls are accumulating in some dimension, waiting for us to decently depart this mortal coil so that the human family in a body can find itself at play in the fields of the Lord.
Crypto-Christian, after all.
Crypto-Christian.
All along.
All along.
Yes. But what I want to do, James, is to think this through a bit further. Given that there'll be this, we used to think that this great transformation of humanity, a kind of collective near-death experience, except it would be an actual death experience, would be brought about by a nuclear cataclysm. Well, although the bombs are still there, that model's gone out of fashion for some reason. I mean, it could easily come back. I mean,
but currently,
we're now more into ecological. I mean, your list, apart from nuclear proliferation, had the ecological apocalypses. Anyway, we've got all these models. Let's assume that it happens, that this happens, there's this sudden transformation of humanity and dogs and cats and everything else into this new, they're taken up into the transcendental attractor. Now, what effect does this have on the rest of the universe? That's my question. I mean, leave aside the details on Earth.
Well, I think it's not an answerable question, but it is in fact what we will then set out to understand. That we are literally packing up and preparing to decamp from Newtonian space and time for the high road of hyper-dimensional existence. And we may find ourselves, the least in the grand councils of the who knows what, or we may find something, I imagine, entirely unsuspected. I mean, in fairness to the audience, I should say, these things don't spring de novo for me. I mean, I talked this morning about shamanism anticipating the future, and that was how that magic was worked. Well, if you pursue these psychedelic shamanic plants, there is inevitably this conclusion scenario or this apocalyptic intuition. And I think that shamans have always seen the end, that the human enterprise in three-dimensional space has always been finite. And in the same way that ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny as we look back into the past, it seems reasonable then to assume that death, which we have spent 1,000 years turning into a materialist vacuum, is in fact not that at all, and that there is an enormous mystery that hovers over our existence, and that it is only unraveled beyond the grave. And I would never in my life have thought that I would have been pushed to this kind of a position. I mean, I spent the first half of my life getting away from this, but the evidence of these shamanic hallucinogens is in fact that shamans have always done what they do via ancestor magic and higher dimensional perception, and that death is not what naive positivism in the last 500 years has attempted to say that it is. And I realize that it's incredible to suppose that here at the apex of materialist, positivist, scientific civilization, we're going to make an orthogonal turn into an understanding of what lies beyond the grave. But in fact, I think this is probably the paradigm-shattering, world condensing event that is bearing down on us.
Conversion in progress.
All right. Well, given all that, I want to know whether this has happened somewhere else, because if it could happen on our planet, change the entire conditions of dimensionality throughout the galaxy, or let us perhaps the cosmos. What makes you think that our planet's the first?
No, I don't think that.
Well, if it's happened elsewhere, what effects will it have elsewhere in the galaxy, on planets elsewhere in the galaxy? What effect do you expect it to have had on us already?
Well, it seems to be the content of it when you explore it, when you explore the adumbrations of the transcendental object, and you see all this transhuman alien data. That is essentially what it has become in its past history. It wears upon itself the imprint of, because see, all life is finding its way back to some kind of source that is in a higher plane. And that's why it has this alien presentation, because it has maybe 1,000 civilizations poured into it, or 10,000, or 50 million. Who can know? The universe is old already. But it is, it pervades the universe like a gas in a higher dimensional space.
What I can't work out then is whether we're talking here about some planetary virus that gets hold of civilization after civilization, or planet after planet, and causes them to auto-destruct in this particular way. Or whether we're talking about some cosmic process, because whatever it is, it seems to be pretty local to planets.
It seems to me it's just a continuation of life's program of conquering whatever dimension it's up against that it has not yet conquered. And probably that process is endless. That's what life is. It's a chemical strategy for the conquest of dimensionality. And it carries out this program come hell or high water.
Just like striking a match, biology comes to a planet, and then the flame leaps up, and then pretty soon it burns out through the exhaustion of resources and the arrival of the shock wave of the eschaton for that particular planet. Biology there is extinguished once again.
And what is left in the ashes is the alchemical lapis, the Sophic hydrolith, the one thing. Right? Yes, well, I wouldn't expect you to buy into it whole hog, but it's interesting because it provides a way of imaging what is happening that doesn't fall to some of the dualisms that haunt either a reductionist view or an out-and-out gung-ho, no questions asked religious conversion view. And let me say one more thing while we're on this subject, because it shouldn't be left unsaid. There are orthodox cosmologies that support my contention of the possibility of a universal collapse. Hans Alfvén of the Swedish Academy of Sciences has suggested that the universe is what's called a vacuum fluctuation. Now, a vacuum fluctuation is a situation where it happens in quantum mechanics, where a group of particles and antiparticles spring into existence and then annihilate each other. And because parity is conserved, this creation ex nihilo of matter is allowed by quantum physics. But an interesting aspect of these vacuum fluctuations is that quantum theory sets no upper limit on their theoretical size. It merely says that the larger they are, the more improbable they are. Well, the universe itself could be a vacuum fluctuation of some 10⁻�68 particles, which sprang into being completely according and allowed by quantum physics, separated into higher dimensional space, and are in fact eventually at some point in the future going to reconnect and conserve parity
And Alphen says that in this kind of a higher dimensional collision, all points in both systems would appear to an observer to become cotangent instantly. And what that would mean is he's saying that the material universe potentially could disappear in a single moment across megaparsecs of space and time. And all that would be left, Alphen says then, is light. Because light does not have an antiparticle. It is different. It is the exception. And no one knows what the physics of light, a universe made only of light, would be like. And I suggest to you that the many myths and intuitions that link light to the process of spiritual advancement and talk about the generation of the light body and so forth may anticipate something like this. So even within the toolbox of ordinary quantum astrophysics, there are ways of tinker-toying the syntactical bits together to produce incredibly optimistic, transcendental, and psychedelic scenarios.
There's no way to personally leap into the dimensions of hyperspace in the birth event of the eschaton, not in quantum physics, I suppose. We're talking about a different kind of thing. What about the timetable, Terence? So far it seems like your idea is pretty similar to Teilhard de Chardin, and except you said he didn't give us a timetable. So assuming we have sunshine for 25,000 years,
when do I think it will occur?
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of weird to talk about that because it rests on a formal argument where you have to look at a lot of historical data. What I did was I produced curves that I felt were reflective of the ebb and flow of novelty in time. Then by fitting these curves to historical data, and granted, history is not a quantified entity, but nevertheless, there are certain there's general agreement, for example, that the Greek Renaissance was a novel time, the 20th century was a novel time. So by doing this, I slowly refined down a prediction based on a spiral closure, which makes it happen much faster than you would expect, of the winter solstice of 2012 AD. After I had made that calculation, I discovered to my amazement that the Mayan civilization had a very complex cyclical and recursive calendar, and it too indicated that same date. I think if you take these World Bank, United Nations strict, objective data curves and put in the fudge factor of the unexpected, it seems pretty reasonable to suppose that at least there is a nexus of prophetistic intensity of some sort that has caused a number of traditions for some reason to get focused on the late months of 2012 AD. When I attempted to understand objectively what could be going on there, using computer simulations of the star fields, a program called Voyager that lets you see any place in the solar system 10,000 years in the past or 10,000 years in the future, it turns out that there is something unique about this December 21st, 2012 solstice. It's a solstice which will occur at the heliacal rising of the galaxy. What that means is once every 26,000 years in the precession of the great year, there will be a winter solstice sunrise that catches 28 degrees Sagittarius on the plane of the galactic ecliptic. What does that mean? Who knows? Certainly not me. In Hamlet's Mill by Giorgio de Santillana and Helga van Dechend, who were both very well-respected historians of science, they suggested that for ancient peoples, these were somehow galactic gates or way stations of some sort through which souls had to transit to make their way back to their higher and hidden home. This is not compelling stuff to me. I find it a little too mediumistic or something, but nevertheless it is an objective fact that the heliacal rising of the galaxy, which occurs once in 26,000 years, will occur on this date I chose, and that I did not know that at the time, nor did I know.
Well, that's interesting, I agree, but let's look at this. We have here the coincidence of three different things. One is what you did looking at historical data, which I think we could fairly describe as a novel and very interesting and fancy kind of mathematical extrapolation of historical data that does sort of culminate in a point. We grant you that. The other two things, the Mayan calendar and the greatest astronomical conjunction in 26,000 years, these are both periodic phenomena. The Mayan calendar repeats a cycle in 26,000 years, and the greatest conjunction in the galaxy, from our perspective in the galaxy, recurs every 26,000 years. So they could be expected to recur once more before the sun gives its last gasp and biology must extinct. So if we would weigh these things equally, it would kind of suggest that your mathematical extrapolation, which is good, I like it, but it's not the same as the reportage of a shamanic clairvoyance that you were talking about, of a hyperdimensional investigation. This is more like academic scholarship with huge database of history and this imaginative curve used to extrapolate the data. So this suggests that your extrapolation curve could actually be reversed, like you take it like this, it ends here, you take it out and you rotate it around and you put it back there. And then you have a completely different model which must necessarily, without a doubt, equally well or poorly fit the historical data up to now, and yet it has a future, but only for 26,000 more years. In spite of this, that it's not a shamanic reportage, it's not an ironclad extrapolation, and it's not a coincidence with two other disparate eschatological predictions, then I think the case for this actually being the omega point is weak. You should think about this. It's an important day. It's some kind of transformation. As far as the transition from all of us into the fifth or eighth dimension, I don't see a case for it.
Well, we'd have to look at it, because what it comes down to then is a very fine-tuned argument, looking at a particular curve, looking at historical...
Look at the curve, reflect it around, and put it on the other side. What's to contradict this? History sort of starts running backwards from the point of view.
I'm not sure if I can explain, but there is an answer, and I'll try. It's something like this. It's a damped oscillation. It actually does run down. It isn't elegant to try to make it one cycle within a larger or extrapolated set of larger cycles, because it has a built-in spin-down factor in it that makes it pretty clear that it is a single, it's many cycles embedded within many other cycles, but on its highest level, it actually has a beginning and it actually has an end.
It just seems to you, looking at this, radically implausible that there would be any future after this point.
Well, I've thought of many, many ways of thinking about this that would make it not so catastrophically radical. And here's a very simple way that makes everybody feel a little better. Suppose that what happens on December 21st, 2012 is physicists who have been laboring for some time toward the technology of time travel actually succeed, well, then suddenly the wave is fulfilled, and yet the heavens do not fall, and angels don't appear to lift us into paradise. It simply shows that the reason history ended at that date was because after the invention of time travel, the notion of a seriality of events ceases to have any meaning, and so everybody agrees, well, history ended yesterday, and it did end, and we now live in the post-historical atemporal bubble where you not only tell where you live, but when you live. And everything would be very nicely fulfilled then, and people would say, well, the people who saw it coming got highly agitated because they didn't realize what it was that was coming. Now we know what was coming. It turns out to be just like the invention of the steam engine or powered flight or anything else. We needn't assume these cosmic dimensions to the transformation.
You've given
but
this
we
up,
must
or this
assume the transformation.
There are still some alternatives?
Oh, there are other alternatives. Here's a good one. How about this one? December 21st, 2012 AD, I drop dead. Then everyone says, well, how peculiar. It was only about him.
That's really
It was just we were all swept along for 45 years in some bizarre mathematical hallucination that this very glib Irishman was able to foist on, and it's totally fulfilled, and yet again the heavens don't fall nor the oceans boil. So, but I'm telling you, Ralph, there's something out there.
There's something out
there. And I'll know it when I see it. And I expect you at my elbow. Well, I'm sort of a bad person to try this all out on. I'm kind of an unfortunate bearer of this message, because if you knew me, you would know that I'm actually not a very pleasant or nice person. And I'm very hard on, there's nothing, believe it or not, I hate unanchored speculation. And yet I find myself in the position of leading the charge in the greatest unanchored speculation in the history of crackpot thinking. So it bothers me. See, my method, which I can't really go into tonight, but it's very formal. What I say is, it's very easy to predict the future, because who the hell can say you're wrong, you know? It's just fire-free zone. Predicting the past, on the other hand, is very, very difficult because it's happened. So if you're wrong, everyone will know. So what I have done is make a career out of predicting the past with a wave which proceeds right past the present moment into the future. And my argument to my skeptics is, my wave has correctly predicted any past moment that you can conceive of. Therefore, there is a certain intellectual obligation to at least take seriously the contention that it predicts the part of history that has not yet undergone the formality of actually occurring, as Whitehead would say. And if under different circumstances, I would demonstrate this wave, because it gets down to a very, very finely grained argument about the vicissitudes of history and where the great changes lie. And without that, it's a sort of arm waving at this point.
Terence, I've just got one final question I want to ask you about this, which is that other people who tell us the end is at hand, as in placards, the end is at hand, prepare to meet thy doom,
right,
suggest that this requires some kind of special moral preparation on our part. Now, does yours come willy-nilly, no need to get ready for it in any particular way? Or do you recommend some special kind of preparation?
Well, this is a very difficult question for me, because much of what I was involved in many years ago was political activism, political struggle, and yet when I go to my sources on this matter, they assure me that it's a done deal, and that possibly one might spend one's time reassuring other people, but only if you felt like it, something like that. The walls are now so high, the creodes so deep, the momentum so tremendous, that I really don't think anything could swerve or divert us from what we are being drawn into.
I wasn't thinking in terms of more recycling and so on. I was thinking in terms of moral preparation, or conscious preparation.
Well, conscious preparation, I think people should drive out and take a look at the eschaton at the end of the road of history. And what that means is psychedelic self-experimentation. I don't know of any other way to do it. But if you drive out to the end of the road and take a look at the eschaton and kick the tires and so forth, then you will be able to come back here and take your place in this society and be a source of moral support and exemplary behavior for other people. Because I think that as we approach the eschaton, remember I called history its shockwave, literally the Q forces, as engineers call them, the vibrational forces that will rip the wings off an airplane as it approaches hypersonic speed. History is good. That's what I meant when I said it will be a white-knuckle ride. There is an outlandish amount of vibration in the next 19 years. It's going to look good, then bad, then worse, then good, then bad. And if you haven't driven out to the end of the road and taken a look at what's waiting, it'll just drive you nuts what the next 20 years are going to be like. Because all the resonances of all past time are now in the close packing phase as the thing is squeezed down and the contradictions are rubbing up against each other. Boundaries are dissolving all around us. The Soviet Union, gone. Yugoslavia, gone. America as a great power, gone. Good taste, gone. Boundaries dissolving all around us. This is going to happen faster and faster and faster. And governments now, all they're doing is managing a spreading wildfire of uncontrolled catastrophes and trying to keep us in the dark about how bad things really are. And so it's good to go out and take a look and reassure yourself that it's there.
Can we discuss it in trialogues tomorrow?
I don't.
I think we should. It is a possibility. I think we could discuss it now. Don't you think? Or do you have another point now?
No. We've reached the time to open it up.
Yes.
Terence, you sound to me like a psychedelic version of Karl Marx.
Well, Marx was the last great millenarian theoretician in Western civilization. That's right.
He was convinced that history was the result of the interplay of conflicting classes, and once that conflict had been removed, history itself would cease. And I hear a similar story, except the players are not the classes in society, but these various forms of global problems that we have. And it could be that it's a kind of test arranged by this attractor down the end of the road there that's leering at us and saying, let's see if you guys can get yourselves together enough to get around this one and show us that you can reach a higher stage of evolution. If you don't make it, you don't survive. If you do make it, then you go to the next step on the ladder.
Initiation ritual.
A sort of, yes. I shouldn't put in this kind of phraseology.
A series of hurdles to be leaped as we approach the end.
Your kind of language. It's not the way I exactly express it, but it's a fun way of talking about it. So it might not be the end. It might just be like entering the Masons or something like that.
Yes, well, it's impossible to say, but you're right, certainly, that all of these factors are coming together. I don't see it as class war. I see it as a kind of universal Manichaean struggle between habit and novelty. And, habit is forever dragging novelty back down to its level. And novelty is forever conniving new ways to escape the control of habit. But the good news is, over vast spans of time, novelty always wins. And what we're simply seeing is novelty crossing a particularly significant milestone in its infinite journey outward towards self-expression.
What about all these people that say we're merely crossing from the Piscean age to the Aquarian age, and the emergence of high-speed electronic communications, etc., is the typical symptom of the Aquarian age, and it's high-speed communication? I'm not an astrologer, but and all this turbulence is because we're right at the point where we're crossing.
See, I think that as we approach this eschatological object, the number of interpretations of what it is will just proliferate exponentially. I mean, false prophets of all sorts and thousands of variants will arise because everyone can feel it, and yet everyone has a unique perspective on it that then distorts their description of it. I mean, I think that all the messiahs and mystics of human history can be seen in this light. You could almost have a geometric theory of messiahhood and just say, if you were in the big league, the Buddha, Christ, Mohammed, Manai, Mahavira league, then you just caught a very bright reflection from the distant spinning eschaton, and then you embodied it and became a microcosm of that distant macrocosm, and religions are set marching by this means. Well, then the guy parading down at Hyde Park with the sign, the only difference between him and the big leaguers is he got a smaller scintilla of the noetic energy. And so then with each of us, we each have a perspective on the eschaton. And to the degree that we cultivate and fan that flame, we get an insight. Through the filter of our personal circumstance, the infinite interprets itself to us. Something like that.
So we're all little bits of noetic fallout.
Fall in. We're all carrying a tiny piece of the whole, and at the end of time, each person will make their contribution. Yes, we're like motes being drawn in to this.
Leaf mulching ants.
In other words, we're all aspects of God.
Yes, although I think God is a contaminated term, but we're all aspects of the transcendental other, and our deployment in three-dimensional space and time is just one aspect of its being, and we are in the process of finding our way to a nodal point of transition into a different dimension of its self-expression. Creativity, complexity, density of connectedness. And one reason I love this notion, you see, is because even the positivists agree that the most densely ramified physical material known in the universe is the human neocortex. So suddenly, no longer are we observers of the cosmic drama. It turns out it was our opera all along, and the universal drama of the production and preservation of complexity is met in us. We represent the most precious distillation of this 4, 5, 6 billion year process of the production and conservation of novelty. It returns us to the center of the cosmic drama and ennobles the human condition thereby. Well, so now there are new technical salvations being offered.
the possibility, no one knows, well, not some people think they know, but it is assumed possible to perhaps migrate into some kind of dimension of electronic microstorage or something. We're all going to live in a gold ytterbium supercooled cube buried 1,000 feet beneath Copernicus and abandon the Earth to animal life, or that's not very attractive to me. On the other hand, I've never been downloaded into a chip, so I suppose one shouldn't knock it till they've tried it. But the virtual realities that I have seen have been hideously sterile and cartoon-like. On the other hand, predicting the pace of technological innovation, especially with these new technologies, is very, very tricky. The study of neural networks, parallel arrays, they are pushing out in directions where there could be unexpected breakthroughs in the imaging of human intelligence. Or take the cold fusion thing a couple of years ago. It turned out not to be so, but for a moment the whole thing hung in the balance there, you see. There could be more of this kind of thing. No one is directing or controlling the creative energies of this species. It's being driven by thousands of micro units called companies, all pursuing agendas they won't discuss with anybody who hasn't signed a non-disclosure agreement. So God knows what they're doing out there, and they're fiddling with life and mind and intelligence and micro dimensions and you name it. So given the past history of technological development, I certainly wouldn't rule out breakthroughs that could make the timetable of my scenario even seem conservative.
Even less than a miracle could, as a matter of fact, sort of turn it around, push it to a new phase, like cold fusion.
Yes, or superconducting thinking machines, or any of a number of things. It's the future we're living in. Hollywood creates it, and we have to swallow it until something better comes along, or until we get sick enough of that system to do something about it. Like what? Well, the design process of human civilization has been left to Bauhaus brats with their eye on their checkbook. That has created this international airport style of human coral reef that is absolutely abiotic and toxic. So art, I think here in the final moments of human history, we should push the art pedal to the floor and attempt to pour as much beauty into the human design process as we possibly can. Too long have we wandered from the notion that the good, the true, and the beautiful are somehow inextricably linked. I mean, modernity teaches otherwise, but modernity has failed. Well, a revivified shamanism, which would be the culmination of this program of art that I'm suggesting. Essentially, on one level, shamanism is the art of gaining a familiarity with death. And this is what we must do, I think, because we've become so alienated from it. So part of what I talk about is a neo-archaism, that what we are, by leaving history, we're returning to the values that preceded history, where there was a great de-emphasis on material culture and a great emphasis on human bonding, feelings, cognition, that sort of thing. We have to re-empower our sense of self. We have accepted our place in a very rigid hierarchy as consumers of images, products, and ideas. And as everything dissolves, responsibility will flow inward to the individual, and we will be more and more held responsible for ourselves, our actions, our presentation. No more can we say, well, I'm white, or I'm American, or it won't work. We're entering into a domain of such freedom that the responsibility will be concomitant. And this is a beautiful thing. This is what all the struggle was about, human unfoldment. This is why all those kings were hung and all those enemies of the human spirit turned back and defeated. So each individual must die to be reborn to the collectivity. That sounds right. That sounds right. Yes. Well, somehow the modalities of both must be preserved in a higher union. This is the union of opposites, the coincidentia oppositorum that Jung and alchemy is all about. Well, I really see, now that we're on to this metaphor, what I've really been saying here this evening is that history is an alchemical process. This novelty that I'm talking about being conserved, we might as well have been talking about the Sophic waters or something. History is the act of calling into existence the perfect tool, which is discovered to be the self itself. In a sense, what history is a process of turning ourselves inside out, so that the soul becomes visibly manifest in three-dimensional space, and the body becomes an object freely commanded in the imagination. The patristic father Justinian taught that the resurrection body would be spherical, just to the joy of heathen controversialists, I might add, because it made him so open to attack. But it's an incredibly modern anticipation of ourselves going into a kind of quasi-union with our technology. What is it Yeats says in Sailing to Byzantium? The part about how I would be a thing of gold and once out of nature I would be a thing of gold and gold enameling, set upon a branch to sing of what has been and what will be. That is the idea that we change ourselves into an eternal, golden, superconducting, perfected object that transcends death, transcends space and time, and has no apparent connection to our physical image as animals. It's the alchemical sublimation. All alchemical processes are like fractal anticipations of this final rendering of the stone itself.
But isn't that, you just talk about this as being a collective. It seems to me this is a very, very individual work, a very individual work, which affects the collective, but it doesn't, it's not of nature, it's going against nature, and although it's me, is man, no more being part of nature.
No, it is the alchemical idea is not that one goes against nature, but that one aids nature and catalyzes it. And it's very explicit in alchemical thinking that what one does is one makes it happen faster. One accelerates, catalyzes natural processes. And so this is what we would be doing. We would essentially be, by transforming ourselves in this way, we bring ever closer the final apocatastrophe.
I think the Buddha speaks about enlightenment, as far as I understand it, is getting out of time, is being beyond causes, which seems to be a personal, not a collective journey. That time, the world is time, it has kind of, it's different models from working with no beginning, no end. There are just these forces that can manifest in time in these different realms.
Well, no, that...
Beyond time, getting out of time, which one can see at the end of the world, one is no more transformed, no more driven by the...
No, one has stepped from the mortal coil. Yes. Plato said time is the moving image of eternity. And so eternity is outside the wheel. And that is what I mean by this higher dimension of completedness. It is eternity, and all time rests within it.
I mean, if you don't have to think that we do this as a species, collectively. But I think it's an individual.
Well, if it happens in the individual, then it's a property of the species. Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny and vice versa. There are only these fractal adumbrations of the transformative process on every level. Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah. Well, we're past time, I see. Thank you for your indulgence, and thank you, gentlemen, for your indulgence.
I have to admit that after listening with you to the first tape in this 4-tape series from Hazlewood House, I was a little disappointed in it. I guess they kind of lost me with the long discussion about homing pigeons. But by the time they got going with the tape we just heard, I thought they were back in the best of form. In particular, I was taken by some things Terence said about the transcendental object at the end of time that I hadn't heard before. If I understood him right, it could be anything from a comet impact to a revelation about what happens after bodily death. And that thought has opened a whole new door for me. It isn't all that difficult for me to envision what our planetary state of mind would be if we knew that a comet impact was imminent. But what if, just what if, every human on the planet suddenly knew, with absolute certainty, exactly what is going to happen to them after their body dies? Now, if you already have a preconceived idea of what that means, try to put it aside for a moment and think about having absolutely no doubt at all about the revelation that you and everyone else on the planet just had about life and death. As Terence said, that would definitely qualify as a world-condensing event. Now, I know that I'm not talking to everybody here in the salon right now, but I'm sure that there are a few others besides myself who've experienced one of those world-condensing events. For me, 2 of them came during ayahuasca ceremonies, and there have been others. But if you've been there, you know what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, such experiences are truly ineffable. You know, they can't be put into human words, but what you can take away from these experiences, rare though they are, is an absolute certainty that in the end everything is just going to turn out just fine. I can't even tell you why I feel this way, but we are really getting close to something completely new and unexpected in the realm of consciousness. At least that's my hunch. Now, if you think back to where Terence was just now talking about a revivified shamanism, or archaic revival and the form of human consciousness back before what we now think of as human history, well, just stop for a moment and consider the possibility, even if it's only a very remote possibility. But what if, as the Yuga cycle says, there once truly was a great golden age, and that we are finally on our way back up to do it again? Well, if that actually is the case, then what Terence is talking about isn't just some form of primitive, live-in-the-jungle existence. If he's talking about some form of consciousness that either can exist or maybe even once did exist in some past age, well then finally I think I'm beginning to understand what he means by an archaic revival. I guess I'm maybe a little slow on this, but reading Terence for me is sometimes like when I read Emerson. They both seem to make sense to me, but I find it difficult to explain to somebody else what they're saying. I guess I'm rambling now, so I'd better wrap this up. But one last thing about the trialogue we just heard. If you remember, at one point, Terence McKenna put down on cold fusion technology as being not real or a hoax or something. And I think it's important to note that while that was a case presented by the mainstream media back in 1993, the facts since then have borne out the fact that this is a very real technology and one that is now being widely investigated in many places around the world. So I guess that's the at least one thing Terence would have been happy to learn had he stuck around a while longer. Okay, now how about a little podcasting news? The other day I was listening to KMO's Sea Realm podcast and heard him read an email from two of the saloners who I met at Burning Man. And in it they told of a shared vision they had for a moment on the playa. I remember them telling me about that just before one of the trialogues, and it sounded like one of those extremely rare experiences that lets you know that we haven't even seen the tip of the consciousness iceberg yet. And I noticed that the Burning Man stories KMO was relaying came in basically two flavors. The first-time burner experience and the somewhat jaded long-time burner experience. Right now, I've been there just enough times to begin developing a somewhat jaded edge about that event, but I'm still new enough to the experience that I'll probably go back a few more times. In a few weeks, I'll be playing Dale Pendle's trialogue in which he discusses the changes that have taken place at Burning Man in the last few years. And in fact, Dale has even written a follow-up essay on the topic, and I think you'll find the entire discussion quite interesting, even if you've never even been to an event like that. Another news item is that, thanks to Xandor and a helper or two, there is now a Psychedelic Salon forum on thegrowreport.org. And if you go to that site and click on the link for the forums, you'll find quite a wide range of discussions taking place. All of the podcasters on the Cannabis Podcast Network have their own forums there, and I try to stop by there a couple times each week. Maybe I'll catch you in their chat room one day. Actually, I tried the chat feature, which I think is coming from dopefiend.co.uk, which is the network's home, and I found Queer Ninja and Wink in there to chat with for a bit, and they tell me that around 2 o'clock Saturday Pacific time is when a bunch of people from the EU are in the chat room there, so I might try to stop by and catch some of you there too. And while I'm talking about dopefiend.co.uk, I should mention that in just 2 more days, they're going to be adding yet another program to their already stellar lineup of podcasts. I think that the program's going to be called BB's Lounge or something like that, but it'll definitely feature Black Beauty, the lovely voiced lady from Down Under, who you can already hear in various places on the network, but now she'll have her very own program, and we're all looking forward to that. So welcome, Black Beauty. It's good to have you here with us. If you've been to the psychedelicsalon.org blog recently, you'll probably notice that on the home page, I'm only showing the complete contents of the most recent post. The main reason for this is to keep Google from thinking we're trying to cheat on them by having 2 copies of all the posts online. So now after that first post, you'll have to click on the Continue Reading link, or just click on the title of the post, and you'll be taken to the full article on its own page. Now, I realize this may confuse you at first because it looks like the download links don't work. So I'll try to figure out a hack that'll make it a little bit more clear. And in case you haven't visited that blog to view the program notes for these podcasts, you might want to stop by and check out some of the sidebar links that'll take you to all kinds of current news topics that I suspect you'll be interested in. And the comments section under each of these podcast listings now is starting to grow too, and some very interesting discussions going on there. When I get back to podcasting some of the trialogues we recorded at Burning Man this year, I'll also be talking more about this year's event. But right now I want to bring you up to date on 3 intrepid saloners who you last heard of as they left the UK and made their way to Black Rock City. Well, Martin and his 2 traveling companions spent some time hanging out with us and talking about their travel plans, which were quite ambitious, I might add. And so now it's exciting for me to yesterday have received an email from Martin, part of which I'll read for you right now. Lorenzo, it was good seeing you at the Burn. being there really blew me away. It was bigger, better, and much more profound than I expected. But most of all, the presence of real magic. After the burn, we flew down to Lima, and we've now spent 3 weeks traveling around the Andes. The highlight so far is clearly Cusco. Once the center of the Inca Empire, this beautiful city is surrounded by old ruins and is also an obligatory stop on the way to Machu Picchu. At the moment, there's a real buzz happening here. Shamanism is everywhere. With both ayahuasca and San Pedro fully legal and a huge Western interest, you see it and hear it all over the place. There's loads of companies organizing treks up to and around Machu Picchu. They've been doing this for decades, but now there's something else on the menu, psychedelics. And it's not cheap kicks. It seems to be done with responsibility and integrity. We had the opportunity to do a San Pedro session up in the hills overlooking Cusco. A truly amazing day with this gentle and bright plant ally. The rocks came alive, and at points in the ruins, the energy became so strong and intense that it was almost overwhelming. Boy, you know, Martin, you're bringing back memory of a time I had down at the ruins in Palenque under similar circumstances. And what you say about the energy is is really amazing. You can actually see it. Continuing with his email now. Tonight we're off to Bolivia, where we've got just over 2 weeks of traveling before we've got to make our way back up to Peru and out into the Amazon for our 6-week ayahuasca retreat. I'm very excited, but also a bit nervous. I've been speaking to lots of people here with lots of experience, and I know that this is sure no walk in the park. Real hard work with real issues, but also, I hope, euphoric ecstasy. I hope everything is well with you and Mary C. Send my love to her and everyone else I had the pleasure to meet on the playa. I'll keep you posted. Lots of love and light, Martin. Well, Martin, we'll be waiting for your next report. And if you get a chance to post some pictures of your travels, please let me know and I'll pass the link on to your friends here in the Psychedelic Salon. As you'll hear a few podcasts from now, I've got some mixed emotions about the Burning Man Festival. But there is one thing that became very clear to me this year. No matter what I think about the festival or how it's changing, the real point of the event, at least for me, is to reunite with old friends and to make some connections with new ones. I have to admit that I was really blown away at how many people came up to Mary C. and me at the burn this year and said that they were regulars here in the salon. It's so good to be able to put some faces to the names that I've read in emails. I can't say that I've got all of your names and faces correctly sorted out, but I can tell you that your faces are permanently etched in my mind. So even though I might be a little grumpy about Burning Man right now, I'll most likely return again next year, just to be able to spend some more time with Brooke and La, and John, Darren, Mark, and all the rest of the wonderful people in the pod cluster. It really felt like family, and I want to feel that way again, so there's a good chance I'll be back again next year. But to be honest, I'm also hoping that John Hanna will produce another Mind States conference before then, so I can get back together with all of you without so much dust in the air. Gosh, here I go on about Burning Man again. It just won't let me alone today. Well, before I go, I want to mention that this and all of the podcasts from the Psychedelic Salon are protected under the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 2.5 license. And if you have any questions about that, just click the Creative Commons link at the bottom of the Psychedelic Salon webpage, which is at psychedelicsalon.org. And if you have any questions, comments, complaints, or suggestions about these podcasts, well, just send them to lorenzo@matrixmasters.com. And I guess I should mention that matrixmasters.com is also my personal website. I know that some of you might have become a little confused in clicking around on the psychedelicsalon.org blog because you often wind up on matrixmasters.com. And that's because before I started podcasting, the Matrix Masters site was where I spent most of my online time. But since I started doing these podcasts, I really haven't added a lot of new material to that site. However, many of my essays are there, along with a brief resume or CV for those who are interested in those kind of things. And also I want to thank Jacques, Cordell, and Wells, my friends who make music under the name Chateau Hayuk. Thanks again for the use of your music here in the salon, you guys. Really appreciate it. And for now, this is Lorenzo signing off from Cyberdelic Space. Be well, my friends.
linguistic object.
Greetings from Cyberdelic Space. This is Lorenzo, and I'm your host here in the Psychedelic Salon. So, how's it going for you today? Personally, I've had a hard time getting going this week. If you've been following these podcasts for the last couple of months, you'll probably remember that sometime in June I started whining about how much work it was taking to get ready for Burning Man. And then, after I got back, I complained that I was out of energy and had to recover from Burning Man. Well, now it's October, and I seem to have run out of excuses. So it looks like my lack of get up and go is primarily due to the aging process, coupled with my own inherent lethargy, which can make things difficult to get up the energy once in a while. But then I check my email and find it full of comments, suggestions, and thank yous from so many of our fellow saloners that my energy level shoots back up to the max. And, well, here we go again, getting ready to listen to the end of the Hazlewood House trialogue. And, again, today's program will be a bit longer than the 1 hour I like to keep them to. And so I want to be sure to get my thank yous in before you get lost in the thicket of thoughts that our merry trialoguers create. And in addition to Ralph, Rupert, Terence, Bruce, and Chateau Hayuk, whose music you hear in the background right now, I also want to thank 3 people whose financial donations to the salon have been significant. So thank you very much, Elliot K., Jim, and my fellow grandfather, Robert O. And how's your little granddaughter doing, Robert? I'm sure she's bringing you as much joy as my grandchildren are bringing me. They really make my life worthwhile, and I'll bet it's the same with you. Anyway, thank you all for your support of these podcasts. I couldn't do it without all of your help, love, and support, and it's deeply appreciated. Well, for today's program, we'll be picking up where we last left the Hazlewood House trialogue that was held between Rupert Sheldrake, Terence McKenna, and Ralph Abraham back in 1993. And we'll begin with Ralph's tale that he calls Fractals on My Mind. Now, as I've been listening to these trialogues with you over the past couple of years, I've come to expect to hear new insights about our physical world coming from Rupert, and over-the-edge metaphysical ideas coming from Terence. But throughout them all, it's been Ralph who quite often provides the steadiness or ballast or rudder or whatever you want to call it that gets their cargo of new ideas safely ashore. You know, I've got a good friend like that myself, and believe me, he's saved me from a lot of embarrassment on more than one occasion by forcing me to think through some outlandish statement that I'm about to make. And his advice is often the first I seek, because I know he won't cut me any intellectual slack. In the realms we all seem to enjoy talking about, it really pays big dividends to have a well-grounded friend covering your back. And that's one of the roles I see Ralph playing here, and that is sort of the wise elder guiding a couple of precocious young friends. So it was kind of interesting for me that in the talk we're about to hear, I guess maybe about 10 minutes into it is when Rupert points out the fact that we're actually listening to a lecture on mathematics in his tale of fractals. Well, I couldn't believe it at first, so I went back and listened to Ralph's talk again from the beginning and was blown away when I began to think of myself sitting in a college classroom and listening to a teacher who could actually inspire me to dig deeper into the beauty of mathematics in order to better understand how math directly impacts my everyday thinking, even my metaphysical thinking. And by the way, my undergraduate degree is in electrical engineering, so I had a lot of math along the way, but never was I taught by a poet who also happened to be a mathematician. Just listen with me right now, and I think you'll hear what I mean.
Fractals on My Mind. An epic in 4 parts. Part 1, the sandy beach. The 3 boys put on their wellies. They ran down the field. They swung on the swing. They rolled down the corn circle. They came to the river. They sat on the edge, dangling their feet over the stream. "Look," said Ruth, "a sandy beach." Sure enough, they saw there was a little tiny beach of sand. Terence said, the land reaches down into the water. And Rupert said, no, the water reaches up into the land. Ralph said, it's both water and sand. It's the sandy beach. It's a fractal object. They stood then. They walked in the stream. Look, said Terence. It circles to the left. No, said Rupert. It circles to the right. It's turbulent flow, said Ralph. It's a mathematical object. It's chaos. On the other side of the stream, there was no beach. There was a concrete wall. It was not a fractal object. Rupert said, it's a straight line. Terence said, it's a Bauhaus excrescent of post-linguistic humanoids. Thinking of peanut butter sandwiches then, they walked back up the slope. Rupert said, nature has given us a lesson. Nature is our teacher. We have learned about the sandy beach. The sun had set. Ralph pointed to the sky. Look, he said. They looked and saw there was a silver stripe in the sky shining there. They hadn't noticed it before. It girdled the entire celestial vault. It sprung from two legs to the south. That way, they saw that its two legs pierced the zodiacal belt. It sprung across the mid-heaven, going somewhere near the polar constellations. Rupert said, I think those constellations over there, those are all watery. That's Pisces, they're fish, this is biology projected on the sky. Terence said the Chaldean astrologers called that the celestial sea. And Ralph said, it's a sandy beach in the sky. Rupert said, Father Sky is our teacher too. Ralph said, well, there's a sphere above the sky with the sandy beach in it, and a kind of astral projection imprints its shadow on the celestial sphere and on the terrestrial disk as well. They went back to the kitchen and tugged off their wellies and looked for peanut butter in the fridge. That's part one, the sandy beach. Part two is called Two Roads Diverged in a Yellow Wood. This is about bird flight. So we have to recall that pigeons live in a loft, and the loft radiates a field throughout the atmosphere of the planet Earth, all the way around. And this is a field of intuitive flying instruction. Wherever a pigeon might be released, it can consult its intuition in its heart and see a snapshot of itself a moment later in a certain direction. And by following itself, it gets the instruction to fly in a certain direction, which, even though it's not a straight line, will eventually lead back to the loft, which is the attractor of the dynamical system or intuitive field of directions. And we'll assume this for the sake of discussion. This is the morphogenetic field of the loft. And now we have to put ourselves in the position of someone reading Rupert's book soon when it's published and trying to do the experiment with the movable loft. First we dispose of monotheism, leave that behind. Now we have two lofts. The two lofts each radiates a morphogenetic field instructions wherever the pigeon might be. That's the fixed loft at home and the movable one just taken off the truck or out of the boat or whatever it is. The pigeon has spent time in each loft and been trained and feels the impulse of the morphogenetic field of each in a combination averaged by mathematical functions built into the heart of the bird. The result is that after flying, the bird will arrive either at the fixed loft or at the movable loft, depending on where it starts. This is sort of a mathematical fact, but I hope that experimentalists will try this out. That would mean training a whole bunch of pigeons in the same fixed loft, in the same movable loft, and then releasing not all of them, but a certain proportion of them from different locations, sort of neighboring in a region, and later on marking the starting points in that region with the color red for all the starting points of birds that flew to the fixed loft, and green for all the birds that ended up in the movable loft. Then we end up with this region is painted part red and part green. So these colored regions in dynamical systems theory are called basins. The basins might be particularly important if you were of the gambling sort and were betting on a certain pigeon whether it would go to the one loft or the other. You could certainly win your bet if you knew this colored map from successive experiments with the same two lofts of flocks of birds. Yes, I am talking about you. So it's important to know where the green and red regions are, and it could be all red over there, sort of toward the home loft, which is in the south, and all green over there toward the movable loft, which is in the north. But it could be much more complicated because during flight there are all these hills you have to go around, and there's certain nests of sparrowhawks that have to be avoided by a wide detour. And one possibility is that between the red and the green regions there is a sharp line, like that Bauhaus concrete wall on the other side of the river. And another possibility is that the red and green have been stirred and mixed, like the colors on this carpet, into a pattern with the boundary as a fractal object, as a sandy beach. A sandy beach in the morphogenetic field, so that the separation between the red and green, which might mean life and death, might be the red eschaton and the green eschaton, is a fractal. And that means that whatever you would be in the supposed boundary, like wherever you are on the sandy beach, if you are a pinhead, you might be either in water or on land. And even the tiniest puff of wind could blow you from land to water or vice versa. So unless it was an entirely windless day, you couldn't even predict whether you're going to end up in the home roost or the movable roost, in life or death, in the good or the bad eschaton. It's the fractal boundary, the sandy beach, which destroys determinism. The Milky Way is, as a mythological object, is Tiamat, is the early Assyrian goddess of chaos, and her mate Apsu are those two branches of the rivers, which is a projection of the Tigris and the Euphrates. The identification of chaos and the Milky Way and Tiamat and indeterminacy and the creative source of all form is traditional, at least for 6,000 years. I didn't make up this fable. That's the end of part 2. Two roads diverge in a yellow wood. These two roads are the red and the green. You might as well toss a coin. because you can't get where you're going on purpose. That's down at the river, and that's the homing pigeons. We're pigeons, and the eschaton is our home, Terence would say. And now let's take a deep breath. We've survived 2 lessons of mathematics without the despicable, frightening word being mentioned. And now I want to apply the concepts in the context of a single individual mind. So we have in mind different parts which are somehow dynamical objects where there's a cycling about, a roving over that repeats a pattern or follows a track for a long time until we get out of that track into another one. This could be an entire paradigm, whatever that is. Let's say a paradigm is a bunch of basins, like instead of the red and the green, we could have 100 different colors, all of them kind of mixed up fractally, like this rug. And each of these colored regions might be a group of basins, but between the basins are thicker boundaries that make it more difficult to go through, or reflect you from the boundary, so that it takes a bigger perturbation in the world of thought in order to change it. We could call them paradigms, or personalities, or cubby holes in the mind. For example, when language came over us, I don't mean 25,000 years ago. Well, this process started 25,000 years ago, but in the history of a single individual, then at the age of 1 or 2 or 3 or something, when speech is beginning, what was going on before that? Presumably that was what everyone was doing before speech came all together, if there ever was such a time, and that childhood paradigm is not vaporized and replaced when the linguistic phase arrives. Instead, it's like covered over and covered. It just makes another one of these bases. So that's an example of, we could call it multiple personality. And these regions in the mind normally should be, the boundaries should be fractal. That is to say, more like the sandy beach than like the Bauhaus concrete wall. In the case that some training influence creates, instead of the natural sandy beach, a concrete wall, then it becomes very difficult to get from one to another. When there would be fractal beaches everywhere, then the slightest perturbation, a strange idea coming on the radio, would bop you just that fraction of an inch to get from the water to the sand, from the one paradigm to another. In a normal day in the life, with a lot of perturbations, one would rapidly be visiting then all of the different regions or multiple personalities making up the self. So noise in the environment is sufficient to integrate the personality. But if there are iron curtains here and there, then it takes a very big perturbation to get out of one paradigm into another, and then you would see an individual manifesting the multiple personality syndrome. So since this difficulty, in this model, which is inspired by Kurt Levine, the founder of social psychology, he had a kind of mathematical model for a mind, individual or social, at the basis of his invention of social psychology. In this model, the healthier state has these sandy beaches, and the basins, the colors are all mixed up. The pathological state has too much order, like after toilet training or something, with these concrete walls, iron curtains. So these iron curtains, I call them dyschaos. So replacing the order-disorder binary with the dis-chaos and chaos binary, because we need more sandy beaches. So I wouldn't call this, as they do, the multiple personality disorder. I call it the multiple personality dis-chaos. So that's a sandy beach model of a mind, which, if we were into clinical psychology, we could try inventing a therapeutic strategy to increase chaos. For example, visiting a river, listening to the sound, walking in nature, as opposed to listening to the radio and watching the TV. Watching TV would be good if they somehow put birdsong on there, chanting. Well, there are many applications of this that I won't go into now. I'll just mention a possible application we could come back to someday, just to point to some possibilities for individual psychology before I go on to the fourth and final lap of this course. And this has to do with the question, why do people believe in UFOs? Or why do people want to believe in corn circles? Or this is quite independent of whether UFOs are real or imaginary. It hardly matters, and not to put down UFOs. And why they would want to believe in God or monotheism, or there is one God, and so on. I think that the multiple personality dis-chaos phenomenon is pretty universal in our culture. And there are heavily walled off regions. Walls were built at different stages in life, and the child part was sealed when there was an authoritarian, trustworthy emotional environment that had the illusion of absolute truth or something. So that part is sitting there yearning for some validation from the outside world. Something like that would, if you wanted to try experiments, or you could write a book recommending experiments in social psychology in which the tendency of people to believe in God, you could try to affect it by playing music. Music therapy for dyschaotic religious belief. And in case of success, then restore pantheism, which is maybe badly needed at this time. Instead of going on with applications to fractals in the individual mind, I'd like to just go on to the collective mind, to our social sphere, and in this fourth and final part, and then I'll end with a couple of questions for you guys based on this idea. Well, I wouldn't have thought of this exactly, but I think Karen suggested that I was guilty of making a mathematical model for monogamy, and since that's true, I might as well share it with you. and this is it, in fact. We are there. So this is about the sandy beach in the collective mind. And, well, we could get to this collective mind stepwise, as in the Zhuangzi. One, from nothing comes one, and then two, and then three. He says, after three, any mathematician can make infinity. So we've got one. Now we can just step to two. And what would be then the application of the sandy beach model to a social system consisting of two people? Now you have the two people, and there's some kind of mathematical model for the psyche, not to be taken too seriously, but this is just what psychology does, makes Kurt Levine type models for the psyche, and now you've got like two of them, and then they start talking to each other touching, cooking and eating together or something like that, and then these two systems are coupled into one. And of course, the behavior of the coupled system is much more complicated than the behavior of the parts, and the behavior of the coupled up complex system can't be predicted or even guessed at from the full knowledge of the behavior of the two parts. And besides, you would only know one of the parts if you were involved in this to a degree. This system then also has, this is a dynamical system. I mean, the model is, not the people. And in the model, this complex system has attractors, that is to say, roost, loft, the movable loft, the fixed loft, and so on, and the bases colored red, green, and all the other things, and the boundaries in between either iron curtains or sandy beaches. And I suppose that monogamy means a contract or behavioral epiphenomenon in which some of the boundaries between the parts are heavily walled off, so that it is, as a matter of fact, a situation, unstable situation of dis-chaos. I'm not saying that order is always bad, but cosmos and chaos just have to be balanced. I wouldn't elevate chaos above cosmos or vice versa, but systems probably to be healthy, they need a certain balance, and understanding monogamy as an iron curtain, and to make it stable would require a balancing chaos elsewhere. Something, that's the idea. Otherwise, this multiple personality, that's the system of the two people, would have the multiple personality dis-chaos and out of balance situation in the direction of order, which, like the concrete wall doing its best to hold up the bank for life, is highly unstable. That's one application. Then I won't go into details, but considering two nations instead of two individuals, one also gets a model of this sort, in which the stability of the complex system would require adequate balance of chaos and order. So those are the four parts, and let me just end with these questions for Rupert and Hare. So, Rupert, this model suggests that you have to consider experiments with multiple lofts, and even with a single loft, have to consider experiments with multiple pigeons. And anyway, that's a consequence of your idea, your model of what is going on. And so I wonder what you think the results, maybe you already know of results of this that have been tried. It could, for the ancient Egyptian government, of course, mean the success or failure in the war with the Hyksos. And for Terence, I think, I just wonder, what would this do to your idea to consider multiple attractors at the end of time? 2, 3, or more eschatons. Nothing in what you said seemed to me prohibited this, other than a misplaced iron curtain of the monotheistic type that perhaps filtered the speech of the mushroom that came through your lips.
I see.
Well, there you have it.
Can I just try and summarize, Ralph, what I think you said, because I'm not sure I've got it.
Okay.
One element seems to be that personalities and, of course, social relationships and international relations and the behavior of different groups of pigeons fall into different basins. And we can visualize that like being a landscape with different valleys in it. And so if something's in a particular region, the ball will roll down in a particular valley. If it's another region, it will roll into another one. And each of these basins represents a different kind of sub-personality. Within a marriage or a relationship, then each of the basins represents what we normally call a personality, each of which has sub-personalities within it. these are the different basins, and you seem to be pointing out that personalities are made up of different sub-personalities, a very fashionable view. Everybody is talking about sub-personalities. James Hillman says we need a polytheistic psychology where you have all the different gods and goddesses, not only representing the archetypes that we all go through, all these different ones. We're possessed by different gods or goddesses at different times, and we move from one to another, and we're not a single personality with different functions, but we're a kind of emulsion of all these different personalities. Then there's the multiple personality craze in America, where people are fascinated not just by serial killers, but by people with multiple personalities, and preferably both. Multiple personality serial killers. Anyway, there's a fascination with multiple personality. There's the Hillman thing, there's the computer model, Minsky and the MIT multiple module. Daniel Dennett, the materialist philosopher, has the multiple drafts theory of consciousness. So everywhere we find these multiple models, of which yours is one. And all of them seem to be saying that to get away from monotheism, which is reflected in psychology by the idea of a central ego, a dominating ego, you've got to get away from that too, to these more democratic models, where you have kind of grassroots democracy, all these different personalities. That seems to be one drift in what you're saying. And that's one discussion, is whether or not a polytheistic model is possible, or whether indeed there have been any. Because in India, which is frequently called polytheistic, you have many gods, but you have all through all Indian traditions the idea of some state beyond all this, Brahma or Atman. And in every system where you actually have polytheism, you have some sense of an undifferentiated unity as well. So that's one point to discuss. The second point you seem to be making is that the boundary between these different basins is not a straight line or a rigid wall, but rather a fractal boundary, namely one that has many ins and outs and curves and filigrees and patterns, and therefore moving with that kind of boundary, moving from one to the other is very easy, because you never quite know where you are, and you could cross the boundary without realizing it, whereas if there's a rigid wall, it's difficult to get from one to the other. Is this so far?
Yes.
Right. Well, I'm not sure which points to take up first. I think I'll leave pigeons aside for the time being. But I think the idea of the plurality of models, I mean, I'm sure you're right, Terence's model is monotheistic, in that he has a single eschaton. And this takes us immediately to the plurality, to the polytheism versus monotheism argument. My view of polytheism is that polytheism in all its actual functional forms, even in its Catholic form, Catholicism is in a sense a kind of polytheism. You have all the angels, you have all the saints, you go into a cathedral, there's all those side chapels and shrines. It's just like a Hindu temple. You go into a Hindu temple, there's the goddess of this, then there's the god of the planets, planet gods, and then there'll be this goddess and this local god, and then there's Ganesh, and then there's various other gods, Hanuman, and that there'll be a central shrine, say of Shiva or of Vishnu, which would represent the central unifying principle. So most forms of polytheism are not radical polytheism. They're a plurality with some, however vaguely defined, overarching unity behind them. So the first point is, are you denying an overarching unity?
No.
A radical polytheism?
I think my main message is what you described as the second point. It has to do with the rigidity of boundaries in between. I think that everybody would agree that there's plurality in religion, in life, in the mind, in the stream, in the sky, and so on. And I think it's more important, the rigidity of the boundaries in between. Do you worship in the Shiva temple and then you go to Ram? Is that okay? Or do you have to be faithful to one and never admit the existence of others and so on? It's more the denial of what obviously to children seems to exist that brings about a disintegration of the personality?
Through excessively rigid boundaries rather than fractal boundaries between things.
Yes.
It's easy to go from one to the other.
Yes. They're porous to the point of, when you're in the stream, it's much more watery than when you're on land, but the job of getting into the stream doesn't really have a shock of cold water in it because it's like a permeable membrane, I guess, between basins. And I think in this religious or mythological context, it's appropriate to think of Shiva and concepts of that sort as attractors. And then there's multiple attractors, everybody knows, considering the population of the planet through all times at large. And there's zillions of attractors, and some people have visited one, and other people have visited 2 or 3, and so on. And this openness, I guess I would say, to all attractors is some kind of prerequisite for stability, for the longevity of a culture or the health of an individual. And this idea is based on the cosmology, in which the stream has the same morphology as the heavens, which have the same morphology as some abstract mathematical object. Therefore, under the ambiance of this idea, our experience of nature is that these rigid walls are very unstable.
But they're not that unstable. If you look at nature, if you look at a plant, for example, there's membranes around its leaves, and although they have invagination, stomata, and the air can go in, the surfaces are skin, it has pores in it, and is not absolutely smooth. But nevertheless, these are clear functional boundaries. And everywhere you look in biology, you find clear functional boundaries. There's a cell membrane around each cell, which may have within the lipid structure, the fatty structure, some kind of fractal nature. But it's not an infinitely permeable boundary. It's permeable to a point.
Well, it has little holes in it with pumps, which are designed for particular things in the environment. So the permeability is, as it were, structured in a way that's rigidly connected with that species. But if these holes were plugged up with chewing gum or something, then of course the cell would instantly die.
But boundaries, you're not denying the importance of boundaries, of course. Your whole model is based on boundaries, isn't it?
That's right. It has to do with their crookedness.
And their crookedness is your mathematical model for their permeability.
Yes.
Okay, we've got it straight now, but I want to hear how to clarify
Yes, well, this seems... I think the hay fever medication must be cutting in. It seems extraordinarily arcane. Nature is fractal, and this is the new discovery, and it's a very powerful insight, but it doesn't wipe out some of the previous accomplishments. I'm thinking of all the work that was done to show that it's also hierarchical. So without tossing the baby out with the bathwater, it might be better to say it's fractal and hierarchical, so that in the case of your suggestion to me that the eschaton could be many, I think the eschaton is defined as one. And so the many that you're suggesting are sort of subsets of the approach. And then what I'm hearing is that because of the interdimensionality of the fractal, the boundary transition is, it's as Philo Judaeus said of the more perfect logos, you can never tell the moment when it crosses over from being heard to being seen. That's another one of these fractal boundaries that you're talking about. Well, if
if that were all there were to say about it, then no boundary would be defined or noticed as such. So we're sort of back to Whitehead's notion of certain stubborn facts that are, I suppose, like raisins of resistance embedded in this fractal ocean of infinite permeability. I don't have any problem with this. But nevertheless, I think above all these cycles, boundaries, membrane, there is ultimately a frame that is all-inclusive and defined. As far as my, whether this is simply because I've imbibed some form of monotheism on the side, possibly. The form that I've probably fallen under the sway of is some kind of Neoplatonic pyramid of ever-ascending abstract hypostatizations that lead into the one. I mean, if what we mean by the eschaton is the absence of boundaries, then what we're saying is that the fractalization of reality occurs ultimately on such fine scales that from the point of view of the perceiver, the boundary has dissolved completely, or the boundary and the thing bound have become so homogenized that it no longer makes sense to speak of boundary and medium. You can only speak of this, I picture it as a kind of extremely marbleized liquid or surface where every domain can be found to be lying next to a mutually exclusive other domain, and they're sort of like the kinds of diagrams that you get when you carry out four-color mapping problems to fourth and fifth stages of resolution. Then you have these extraordinarily complicated structures where every point lies next to the boundary that separates it from points that have been somehow defined as other. I'm not sure that we have any disagreement here.
Oh, well, we do.
We do. What is it?
I think what we've got here in your description is a speculation built upon a speculation built upon a speculation, and coming eventually from some kind of absolute and pure faith. To Neoplatonists, perhaps one. The one to Plotinus was something that you could explore toward, but not actually arrive at. So we have to understand then, on the testimony of those early experts, that one is an article of faith and our experience. Even the best traveling shaman has only been so far. And the assumption of one beyond that is, as a matter of fact, pure, faithful monotheism at its best. It's even called the one. God is called the one, to make sure that you don't think perhaps is two.
Right.
Now, I agree with your idea that the cosmos is hierarchical. That's fine with me. And even I don't care if it has a finite number of layers or an infinite number. But however far you would go, that the wildest shaman has traveled has seen only another image, maybe more complex, of what we see in ordinary reality and nature. And that is, there are multiple basins, there are fractal boundaries, there are many possibilities, there are different regions, there's complexity, where harmony is hierarchically organized. We have never got to the top. Therefore, to say it's one or it's two or it's three could only be an article of faith. It cannot be any kind of extrapolation from observation, normal or arcane observation. We're talking about pure faith here. When you get to the top frame, I don't see any reason why it shouldn't have two basins, and they're separated by a fractal, and that means that the shaman who comes back and says he knows which one it is lying.
Well, my understanding of fractals is that they are a kind of homogenization of levels not present, domains distant, and that in fact the idea is if you have a sufficient sample of the fractal, not very large, you can in fact extrapolate the contours of the entire system, so that it isn't necessary to send a shaman or a mathematician for a total overview. The sample can be, isn't this what the cosmological principle is? That based on local measurement and local physics, it is allowed to extrapolate.
There's another monotheistic religion, which is yours in reverse, which says instead of an eschaton, it's got a birth at the beginning. Without an article of faith, you can't get a cosmological principle. We don't have any evidence from the boundaries of space.
Well, isn't the idea that fractals are a kind of holographic plan? That the pattern recurs on many, many levels, and but it's always the same pattern. So if you have 10 levels and you know the pattern on 2 through 7, you know the pattern on 1, 8, 9, and 10.
No, few fractals in nature have that property, which is a special property of special fractals, which are self-similar fractals, which are, as it were, like integers within the field of all real numbers. They are exceptional, self-similar fractals, mostly. It just means you have the two basins, red and green, and their boundary is kind of stirred up so that it has the following property. Wherever you are in it, you're within 1 millimeter of each side, or even 1/10 of a millimeter of each side.
Like in a mapping.
Like in a Cantor-set.
Well, I guess I somehow have limited my model building to the use of self-similar
Just like
fractals.
Pythagoras.
Is this so terrible?
I'm not sure if we allowed you self-similarity in the eschaton, if that would still establish for everyone's satisfaction there's only one.
Well, in my model of the eschaton, it is, at the mathematical level, it is self-similar.
Well, there's this, let me tell you about the water principle. If you had 3 basins fractally entwined, then not only wherever you are in the sandy beach, you're within 1 millimeter of the red and green, but the yellow one is there also. That means if you travel as a shaman and then you see this pattern at the end of time, if there would be any jitter in your travel, any blur in your vision, anything slightly human remaining in your travel, then you would see it as one, even though it isn't. You just like mistakenly see it as a blur of the 3 colors into a kind of a gray eschaton.
Well, in some circles, this is known as the mystery of the Holy Trinity. The theological attempts to deal with this problem have led to a variety of models where you have the idea that the ultimate is not an undifferentiated unity, but rather a pattern of relationships, which in the Chinese model you have the yin and the yang, the kind of fractal model between them. And the circle containing the two is the whole that unifies them. And in the model of the Holy Trinity, there's a lot of different ways of dealing with it, but one way is the Father is the source of the Word and the Spirit. And the Word is the primary model is the spoken word. The Spirit is the breath on which you speak the word. You breathe out, and as you speak, the word can happen. Of course, the spoken word, not the written word. And this, as Jill would tell us, is a pattern of vibrations with harmonics and so on, probably some kind of fractal pattern in time. And it would be hard to say which is the breath and which is the sound, and how you can separate the vibration from the sound and so on. There would seem to be the kind of model in another very different form that you have in mind. But the principle of unity is not there so much. It's partly, I suppose, a kind of experience people report, but it's also the sense that all these things are related or hold together. The unity comes from the sense of interrelationship rather than perceiving some kind of undifferentiated sphere, because all these models of an ultimate unity are models of a relationship within which something holds them together. Now your model seems to me similar, because the hidden agenda behind your model is that although these fractals set these boundaries, and although you can have any number of boundaries, and although you can't see unity within these boundaries, the hidden unity behind all this is the equation governing the fractals. And for mathematicians, the equation governing the fractals, because you see, as a mathematical object, mathematicians have this representation. You can look on a computer screen at a fractal pattern, but behind that fractal pattern is a program, and behind that program is an equation. And when it comes to equations, mathematicians would certainly admit there can be many different equations, many mathematical functions. But for this given fractal pattern, there's presumably one equation governing it, and that contains different elements, but they're related together by the equals sign of the equation, and by the whole structure of the equation. There's a kind of unity containing diversity as a mathematical object, which for most mathematicians exists in some kind of platonic realm beyond space and time. Even if this platonic realm is only in the imagination of mathematicians, there's some kind of hidden unity containing the diversity that generates this entire thing we've been talking about. So I would say the unity is implicit in any mathematical model, in the hidden mathematical object behind the manifested pattern.
Well, that's true, but it still makes a difference if you fly to the home roost where your mate is, or you fly to the mobile loft where there's just this army captain waiting to give you your food. I think that my point is not so much about the multiplicity or unity. I agree that everything is unified in one thing, at least the better if it is. The point is more about the boundaries, that if you have the dynamical system with the different basins, and they have fractal boundaries with the water property, then as a matter of fact, no matter how you perceive it, no matter what experiment you do, you will perceive unity. When you don't perceive unity is in the pathological case when you have the iron curtains. If you have iron curtains, then unity essentially has been defeated by a disease of chaos. And therefore, when we see this in nature, in history, in social systems, and in ourselves, we have to beware about these iron curtains, because they create, as it were, a unnecessarily multiple situation, which is the multiple personality syndrome, which is a real problem for some people, and is a problem to some extent for all people. As we have, for example, here expressed a yearning for a peaceful state beyond language, then I'm calling that one of these boundaries. And if you practice chanting, meditation, and so on, then you are intentionally increasing the fractality of the boundary, and therefore the integration of the parts into the unity. If unity is your goal, then you have to examine the fractal width of all your boundaries and guard against things that are too thin.
So how do you fractalize your boundaries? Can you give a personal example?
Well, in the emerging science of neural nets, this is called annealing. Well, one thing you can do is take a psychedelic. Another thing you can do is go to a different culture, which is really, really different, and stay there for 7 years on a farm or something. And
just live with your life.
Well, if you have a mate of any gender, then you're certainly in a more chaotic situation than. But these two-person units do definitely have diseases. We know that, and a few of them survive. And I'm making a suggestion here as to what's the trouble, which might not be validated by further study, but to the degree that it would suggest a strategy, a kind of a therapeutic technique. And people are trying out, by the way, this idea for therapy in relationships.
Can you give an example of how it would work in the therapy in a relationship? The fractalization of boundaries. Not in the model, but I mean in a kind of therapeutic personal
Well, people, first of all, there's a diagnostic phase in which the therapist is trained in chaos theory instead of Freudian theory. And when a boundary has been detected with a pathologically low dimension or thickness, then a therapy has to be devised especially for it, and that would consist of some some safeguarded experiments in the violation of the boundary and the mixing of the boundaries. One common strategy involves play in a sandbox. You've seen this. Therapist's office has all these toys, and that returns to a pre-verbal mode of expression. And well, people are clever at therapies. I'm not a therapist, but I think that an advance in theory is helpful in devising therapies. Now, what's happening with this fad of multiples in the United States is that people who suffer this are getting together in small groups for self-therapy because they feel that the therapist not having multiple personality dyschaos has no idea really what's going wrong. So the theory coming from the therapist can't possibly be right. So these groups are studying chaos theory, and the therapy that they've devised is a psychodrama, which they write, direct, and perform in public in sort of street theaters. In cities around the United States, there's a network of these that base their approach on my paper on the multiple, what is it called? Personality dyschaos, it's called. So we'll see. I can give you a report next year how these experiments work out. Some therapists believe that they may be fatal and I should be imprisoned. But the patients themselves are very enthusiastic. They're really having such a wonderful time. It applies to bipolarity. You know, depression is a really serious condition. If you're depressed, I mean, you are so unhappy, life is so painful, you can't really go on. And if a therapy was devised that cured bipolar personality dyschaos without drugs, then a lot of people would be helped. It's not a fad, it's a really serious disease.
So dyschaos, the psychodrama is designed to break down boundaries, rigid boundaries.
Yes, to increase their fractal dimension.
What do you do with people whose boundaries are too low already? There are certain people, for example, in conversation, who run from one attractor or create or basin to another. So they jump from subject to subject with alarming rapidity, and you can barely keep up. Now these seem to be people who have fractals of high dimension in their mental attractor structure. What do you do with them to reduce the dimensions of their fractal?
Well, I'd start with beer or maybe a shandy and then go on to wine.
So, Ralph, given what you've said about the goals of this therapy, wouldn't it just be simpler to give these people psychedelics?
Well, personally, I've had good results with psychedelics. I'm not sure everyone would. And maybe it'd be nice if we had several alternative strategies, some of which could be done on a Sunday evening where you still feel okay about going to work on Monday morning.
Well, since you have
like vitamin pills.
Since you have such good luck with psychedelics, why are you so reluctant to advocate it?
Well, I do. I have been advocating psychedelics in public, or at least, if not advocating, confessing that for me there have been very good results. I've had a certain amount, quite recently, of hostile mail and telephone calls, even people coming to the university to hasten my demise. They seem to think they're drugs, that psychedelics are drugs, and there's also the aspect of legality where many people are in jail with 20, 30, and 40-year jail sentences. So I think that the atmosphere of paranoia in the world today might even make them much less effective as medicine for this chaos and psychodrama and therapy.
So because of the paranoia, the legal status. But if that barrier were removed, it sounds like you're advocating something fairly close to what Salvador Roquette and that school settled into. Is that true?
I don't know Salvador Roquette.
Well, he was a psychotherapist who worked in Mexico for many years and gives people psychedelics, but he also then assaults them with Auschwitz footage and all of the very highly charged emotional material, the idea being to just reduce them to some absolutely basic jelly of dissolved boundaries and psychic...
Sounds disgusting.
To me, I agree. I'm trying to find out how what you're advocating is different.
Oh, it takes only very subtle medicine to decrease rigid walls. Even the very idea of it may be enough, as a matter of fact. Well, that's anyway the therapy idea. Once your consciousness is adjusted so that your sensitivity to your own process actually observes these things and considers them undesirable, then automatically they begin to disappear under the self-creative action of one's own psyche. After all, nature is there too, and mathematical necessity reveals itself in the Milky Way, in the sandy beach, and in the human psyche as well. There is a tendency toward health. I think that these diseases of the rigid barriers, like other diseases, consist primarily of the rejection of the cure, and the cure can be found within. Unlike hay fever and a lot of things, this can actually be treated within. One has to get the idea. Thus, when people suffer this, which is essentially universal, it is an inheritance from a culture which has the disease itself. So the cure consists of identifying the difficulty as essentially a cultural pattern and then disowning it by becoming more of an expatriate of your own culture. That's why visiting another culture and living there even for 3 months is sometimes enough to liberate people from a rigid pattern.
So the diagnosis comes very close to the 19th century diagnosis for most difficulties is a few months at the seashore, in Italy preferably. In other words, in both cases, you want to establish this extra environmental attitude through distance from cultural values, either achieved through journeys with drugs, yes, or journeys to foreign
and
exotic
lands. A walk in the woods
lands.
is perhaps all it takes.
So it's a search for perspective achieved by distancing.
It's a kind of a mathematical perspective.
Yeah, well, is there another
It's only appropriate because our culture has suffered this particular disease over a mere span of 6,000 years. That's all we have to recover from.
The particular disease being boundary anxiety?
Patriarchal, monotheistic, hierarchical,
well,
constipated, linear,
toilet trained,
etc.
etc.
Yes, but is there any culture that has managed to avoid this chaos?
Well, I think so, but I don't have exact experience of Aboriginal cultures. The one we live in has by now covered the entire globe, and the exceptions are near to extinction. But there are some. Anthropologists used to go and study wild tribes before they were contacted by the external civilization now dominating the entire sphere, which arrived unfortunately to them in the form of this anthropologist, which was the kiss of death for that culture. And
so what you're suggesting, Ralph, is that archaic lifestyles were
more boundaries, which is a theme near and dear to me. I mean, certainly in living Amazon cultures, one of the hardest things to put up with when you're there is the fact that there are no boundaries. You know, that everybody lives in a wall-less grand house. Defecation, sexuality, death, domestic hassling, disciplining of children, everything goes on in the presence of everyone else, and no one from age 6 to 90 feels any constraint whatsoever about making comments, suggestions, and offering free advice. It's a hard thing to embrace, even with the knowledge that it's going to be good for you.
Well, there are degrees of boundaries, but I think the permeability of the boundaries is important, and our culture has perhaps excess attention devoted to the walled fortress, necessitated by whatever the violence of these people, which some would associate with the patriarchy and so-called testosterone poisoning and whatever it is. There has been the necessity of Bauhaus concrete walls around the town, locks on the doors of the houses, electronic motion detectors, video cameras at the bank card place, and so on. Our culture is perhaps there's an increase of complexity as we approach the eschaton. Perhaps there's a decrease in that the fractality is actually vanishing at an alarming rate. That's what it means, the death of nature.
But Ralph, when I last visited your house in Santa Cruz, I noticed a rigid, straight fence dividing your property from your very undesirable neighbours who have motorcycle scrambles on their land and make a terrible noise.
Yes, they're all boys with guns, that's right.
That's right. Well, what we need here is a new product, the fractal fence R, which would go down very well in California. Some boundary instead of old-style posts with barbed wire.
Excellent. Sort of mazes where people get lost. I think we should patent this and get on with it. We'll subvert the world.
Well then, just for the slightest gust of wind or chaotic event, these motorcycles would suddenly zoom past your front door.
Yes. We'd have these gateways like cell membrane paths that nice people could go right through. Those with spirit guides.
Haven't we reached the point, right?
I think we could.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Let's have some questions.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. Well, everyone is stuck there. It's Janus. We have our individuality perceived according to our own paradigm, which is a paradigm of individuality, and then there is our participation in a group, another group, and the larger group, and so on, which is the study of cultural anthropology or sociology. And we don't know sometimes if our individuality actually exists, and other times we don't know if we belong to any network at all. So we could perhaps think of these as two faces, as it were. That means that each one is itself a paradigm. That means that these different paradigms exist simultaneously within us. The individual paradigm, where my neighbors say, I can do anything I want on my own property, and including smoking tobacco. Well, the other one says, I exist for the group, or the group is punishing me now, or I better get up and cook for the group, and so on, and a lot of other ones. And the important thing is that if you adopt this view of the self or individual as a structure, which, like all of these levels, are part of the structure, and that's the self, at least from the point of view of a single point in it, if you're looking from a single point, which is probably a different point for each of those personalities, then this whole structure, well, that's it. That's the self, and it's also the group, seen from different points. If you insist on logical consistency, compatibility, harmony between all these different individuals, then you're in trouble, because then you're trying to impose a structure on it, say logical consistency, which is impossible, and which, if you're obsessed with it, if you're insistent upon it, can only result in the rejection of the consciousness of those certain personalities, which then vanish under the carpet, where they move around sort of controlling the show without any supervision. So this is, I think, a really important aspect of the peculiarity of our culture, that back in those Neoplatonic times, we had Plato and Aristotle. They argued. They had completely different, like one is north-south, the other is east-west or something. Together, they give a good map. The transmission of the Greek miracle over time through early Christianity and early Islam gave, by means of some historical accident, a phenomenal imbalance, accentuation to the Aristotelian. That is, the perspective of formal logic. That is, the insistence upon absolute truth. That is the perversity of modern science. That's the Aristotelian, unfortunately, without the balance of the Platonic. When this Aristotelian imbalance aspect of our culture comes into our own psyche, we then may ask for, with our different parts, some logical compatibility, and that's a very unhealthy state. So we can accept the individual and the social without conflict, even though they're conflicting, just because they are, and their partnership too is. Yeah, it sounds great. Never occurred. I mean, Terence was suggesting everybody take 5 grams of dried mushrooms. Maybe one of these little balls under the tongue would do. So I might take this opportunity to just speak in defense about the image of mathematics that you projected, and I think that this could be helpful to everyone, because I don't know how many people have come to me and said, I hope it won't be too mathematical. Mathematics is not a science. It's sort of the opposite of a science. Science is science. We know what that is, or we don't know. There's a lot of different images, but somehow it has to do with an absolute truth observed about nature by doing it a certain way with a discipline which is miraculously good in terms of getting rid of a lot of foggy stuff and giving all people on the planet a consensus about what's going on. Not speaking down science, but the science is not mathematical, and mathematics is not science. Science is discovered about the world through the activity of people. Mathematics is an inborn ability that everybody has, like breathing, pumping the blood, we don't know how it works, and so on. It is not an equation behind the picture you see in the book. The picture that you see in the book, which you recognize and it immediately means something to you in terms of what you're doing, that's the mathematics. Mathematics is an abstract vocabulary of space-time patterns. That's all. If somebody figured out some cute way to stuff into an equation or a computer diskette or something, they're fine. But computer graphics has made visible mathematics, like slide projector put into Terence's head would project the shadow of the eschaton onto the wall. That's it. So everybody can do it. The story I told about the 3 boys at the beach, that's mathematics.
I think once you understand what mathematics is, every single one of us before lunch could invent a new branch of mathematics. Mathematics is simply the formal relationships between defined sets. And you can define the sets. You know, they could be hexagrams, they could be triangles, they could be groups of 11 dots. You set up the terms and then watch the system run and derive the rules, and that's a new branch of
It doesn't need language. It's pre-linguistic. Children can do it. As soon as you've observed a similarity between the left bank of the stream and the right bank, between the right bank and the Milky Way, and so on, you are performing mathematical functions, and that's all there is to it, except that somehow the subject has been misunderstood on such a massive scale within the school system that everyone's been convinced incorrectly that they can't do mathematics. And that's everyone, including Nobel Prize winning physicists and so on, have math anxiety because of the school system. Then there is no chaos and there is no order. Chaos is a kind of order, and order is a kind of chaos. So I know this sounds like double talk, but the whole idea is just to somehow disabuse yourself of the habit of overemphasizing something by perceiving the value in the other. You know, Jung psychoanalyzed God. This was bold. I think it was the last book before he died. Answer to Job. He psychoanalyzed God. He psychoanalyzed Yahweh, and he found a fractal mixture of two basins, good and evil, that can't exist without. That is, in other words, the ultimate model behind all the mathematical models for all the dichotomies before construction or after deconstruction. That is the red and green fractally mixed. They're still red, they're still green, but they're so close together. That's, anyway, Jung's deconstruction of Yahweh. Yes. Well, this is, I think, what Rupert was suggesting at one point there, the idea about the sacred trinity, or the original tripartite structure of the goddess. Each part is present in every part, and there, in other words, no distinction between the divine world and the mundane world. And if there is a distinction, where a culture has made a distinction, then that distinction is, as it were, creating dis-ease in the culture by setting aside divinity from something else, ordinary reality, family life, and then you get a temple with a thick concrete wall around it, and the divinity within and outside, and so on. And then there's the progressive parturition of, like unzipping a zipper, where one thing after another is desacralized, and now we live in a world which is totally desacralized, and the resacralization of the world could be as simple as zipping up this zipper again, but we don't know exactly where the handle is. We can't recover the aboriginal state of consciousness because it's extinct, I guess.
But we're trying.
But we're trying to find it in this. The multiple personality idea then suggests that it's there. It's still there in each person, under the wall.
The aboriginal state of consciousness involves, as far as we know, taboos. In other words, boundaries of what's restricted. It's not without boundaries at all. All the early books on anthropology, Sir James Frazer and all those kind of people, were fascinated by taboo structures. As soon as anthropologists arrived anywhere, they found systems of taboos, and that's why early 20th century anthropology, Freud wrote a book on totem and taboo. I'm very interested in this question. And taboo means that which is forbidden. And the idea that there are these boundaries set up by culture seems utterly fundamental to all cultures.
Well, but don't you think,
not just patriarchal, etc.
Don't you think they were projecting a lot of that? After all, people like James Frazer and Freud came from the most taboo-ruled societies that have ever existed on Earth. Victorian England and fin de siècle Vienna were so taboo-obsessed, so constipated, so hidden from themselves, that they very probably carried that into their work as a projection.
But not just that. I mean, like among Australian Aborigines, the idea that there are certain initiation rites that boys go through when they're shown certain objects which can only be seen by initiated men, not by women, not by boys beneath the age of initiation. And this kind of pattern, presumably, wasn't just made up by anthropologists. These things are found everywhere, things of that general kind. And the idea of boundaries seems fundamental to human culture, and the boundaries in so-called primitive societies are much more rigid than in our own in many ways. And like in India, for example, there's the boundary between the left and the right hand. You use your left hand for wiping your bottom after going to the lavatory, and it's considered unclean and pure and so on, with an actual daily reinforcement of that reality. You use your right hand for eating, and if you give someone a present, you must give it with the right hand. I was always having to tell my guests in India, for heaven's sake, don't give people things with your left hand. In the shop, pay with the money. You just don't do that. And you have to learn all these cultural divisions when you go and live in another culture. It's not just that we're obsessed with boundaries, in fact in our culture many of them have been broken down. So I think there's something extremely important about these boundaries, which your fractal model...
Well, I never spoke against the boundaries. I think that...
No, they're not even fractal. In traditional cultures, they seem, the ones I've encountered, haven't had a kind of fractal permeable quality. They've had a quality of extreme authority to them.
Well, there's a suggestion, I think, about Aboriginal society had to do with the presence of the divine throughout the world that you share, I think. And that's one particular boundary that we have that those traditional societies didn't have, even though they had other ones. So maybe there's a law of the conservation of boundaries, or the maintenance of a certain degree of complexity of structure that you find in all societies, and these boundaries have to be put somewhere, and we just have to see that they're more or less in the appropriate places.
And I don't think they're weaker or stronger. The taboos we overthrow are the weak ones, but we're ruled by incredibly strong taboos. I was visited once in Hawaii by a bunch of Germans, and I took them down to the beach, and this woman immediately whipped her top off. And she knew that you can't do that in America, but she didn't believe it because it was so inconceivable to her, while I could not conceive of doing it any other way, and realized that wave upon wave of social disruption would flow from this absurdly trivial act because a taboo had been violated that was just, one just doesn't do that. So we choose.
So you told us we'll put back on?
Absolutely. Instantly. Public beach in Hawaii.
But the main thing is quite an interesting one, because in traditional cultures, it's a name that you call a person is very, very highly specified. And like in traditional Japan, there was a whole hierarchy of names, from extremely formal ones, and you gradually got down to less and less boundary. And in England, doing often you call your husband so-and-so, and in India you do that. But nowadays, even that's got you could call it by the Christian name, or even the pet name, the nickname. So in those terms, the boundaries have got more and more flimsy between people.
Well, the boundaries move, that's right. But wherever they are sitting at any given moment, they are incredibly rigidly maintained against all reason. I mean, I remember when I lived in Benares, my houseboat was anchored near the bathing ghat, and you could watch 1,000 women wading into the Ganges, in soaking wet like rats in their saris. You could watch 1,000 women bathing and never see a nipple or so much as a thigh, and it seemed perfectly reasonable to them to walk into the river fully clothed in order to preserve a sense of modesty. It did not seem to them silly, irrational, or preposterous. And yet, wasn't it? And isn't it absurd for American women to keep their tops on at the beach? Yes, but it goes without saying. It's beyond question. And then the taboos that are negotiable change over time, but they usually don't address the central concerns of the society. I mean, for instance, this thing about topless beaches, all the beaches of France and Italy are topless. That means nothing in America. It will never change. I cannot conceive of it changing. The situation with cannabis is similar. Everyone knows that cannabis is trivial and harmless, but that doesn't mean that we're on the brink of changing the social taboos about it. It feels to me as though they will never change.
Those taboos are denial of the sense of it.
Yes, I agree. I think that speaking of all these divisions, one of the strongest divisions is the division between the sacred and the profane. They seem to be like oil and water. And once a profane domain is established, it will struggle with all of its resources to resist a re-sacralizing of that space. That's what has made Western civilization so toxic, is the fact that it is a continuous and spreading profanation, apparently to be carried on until the extinction of the planet, unless those few heretical voices that dare to oppose the imposition of this boundary are heard.
And so the significance of the evolution taboos is in fact becoming recharging which really make us healthy.
Well, so you're suggesting there are pathological taboos and taboos which actually maintain health.
Yeah.
I mean, the taboo about the hand that Rupert mentioned is probably a health-based taboo. You don't want to be transmitting amoebas to your friends or yourself.
Well, we don't want to eat poisonous plants. We don't want to eat...
But poisonous, it becomes a word. This is a word so fraught with cultural
We're talking
value.
about Amanita Varna or something.
Well, your first shot of Scotch, if this doesn't convince you that this is a toxic substance, but no, it turns out to be the basis of an entire culture, lifestyle, and philosophy.
You're talking about that when you
My rule when taking a shower in the Ganges, I would let my little bucket off the front of my houseboat, was it's pure if there's no turd larger than a thumb in it. So this is how India deals with the sacred river Ganges. This is where the bodies are being dumped. This is where the garbage is going. They don't seem to perceive any contradiction there. So why they should be so hoity-toity about taking a shower, it doesn't make any sense. They're not honoring the river by keeping themselves... They do honor the river, but these particular acts that we're discussing, I don't think are viewed as honoring the river. I don't know what the history of Indian prudence is. I suspected what I was seeing was Victorian ethos run mad.
Those established and the Ganges can take it. I mean, it can't always hold.
Thank you. That's exactly what I meant at the beginning, where Jung psychoanalyzed God and found a fractal mixture of good and evil, and then, of course, we see it everywhere in nature. And the Ganges is not dirty water. It's actually a fractal mixture of excrement and clean water. And nature is fractal, and poisonous plants are growing intermixed with the food. So that's just the way of it, this planet. And when our societies are more like nature, maybe they have more longevity or maybe not, and maybe the mathematical model helps to look at it, or maybe not. But in any case, we succeeded to draw back from the eschaton and the homing pigeons and somehow arrive in the society that we live in.
So the boundary is a rigidification of habit.
Yes, the boundary is a kind of a materialization of habit, I guess. And nature itself seems to have evolved. The structure came out of chaos in a process of creation in which order emerged and structure is made and matter materializes around habits and so on. In our personal life, in our family, in our school and institutions and so on, we have a lot of freedom, it seems, to behave this way or that, and within some realm we have choices, and that's why I think it's good to have a mathematical view of all this, because it does give you a way to extrapolate from nature, to make analogies between nature and the structures we're living in, and that's kind of diagnostic in itself. Maybe we should stop here. Do you think?
Sure. Yes. Feels like we've hit the noon boundary.
Since this has already been an overly long podcast, I'll refrain from any comments on the trialogue we just heard, other than to say that once again it seemed like it was Ralph Abraham who had to gallop in and save the day from some of Terence's more ungrounded speculations. But what great fun to listen to the three of these guys bounce such entertaining ideas off one another. And there still are a few more of these trialogue tapes to go. Today's conversation was the end of the Hazlewood House trialogues, but there are still others that they held that I haven't had a chance to podcast yet. So you can rest assured that over time you'll eventually hear the rest of them here in the salon too. Now, before I make a final comment, I want to mention, like I do every week, that this and all of the podcasts from the Psychedelic Salon are protected under the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 2.5 license, which basically means you can use parts or all of this program if you want. Just go to the creativecommons.org site and you can read all about it. Or if you have any questions, comments, or suggestions about these podcasts, just send them to me, Lorenzo@matrixmasters.com. And as a final note, I want to mention the passing of my friend Bud Wilkinson. Bud had just turned 91 years old shortly before he died, quite peacefully, I'm told, and with most of his children by his side. And while I realize that the chances are slim that you knew Bud, one of the reasons I want to mention him now is to point out how just being a nice person can help to make the world a little bit better for all of us. I only met Bud a couple of years ago when a mutual friend introduced us at the gym we both use several times a week. And the image of him shuffling into the gym each morning is still quite vivid for me, because the few moments I spent visiting with him on those mornings made going to the gym something that I actually looked forward to rather than dreaded. It was his smile that got you first, and I don't think I'll ever hear the word smile without first thinking of Bud. You know, he simply radiated vibrant energy and great joy. As it turned out, we figured that way back in the 50s, Bud had actually worked at some of the Chicago baseball games I attended as a boy. So we spent a lot of time talking about Chicago and, of course, Notre Dame football, which was one of his favorite topics. Like my own dad, Bud hadn't attended Notre Dame, but was part of the Subway alumni that the Chicago sports writers often talk about. Now, why am I spending all this time talking about an old man that I just casually spoke with at the gym? Well, first of all, it's because I miss him, and I want to thank him for his smile and for helping to make this world just a little easier for me to make my way through each day. And I guess that I wanted to point out to you that the next time you smile at a stranger, you just may be making someone's terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day just a little more bearable. And besides, I'm told that it takes fewer muscles to smile than to frown. So, relax, be happy, and smile as often as you can. For now, this is Lorenzo signing off from Cyberdelic Space. Be well, my friends.